distribución de frío o calor a gran escala. La capacidad de los chillers requeridos para varios edificios se consolida en una planta central que alimenta los sistemas de climatización de los distintos edificios conectados al distrito. En el caso de un distrito térmico de frío, los equipos de producción de frío que consumen los sistemas de aire acondicionado en cada edificio se sustituyen por una planta centralizada de enfriamiento de agua. El agua fría producida por el distrito se distribuye por tuberías que llevan a los intercambiadores de calor en el edificio. El agua fría es transportada del intercambiador hasta los manejadores de aire. El aire enfriado se distribuye por los ductos de los espacios a climatizar. En Colombia, los distritos térmicos tienen acceso a diferentes fuentes de energía alternativa renovable o residual, lo que hace que estos sistemas sean una alternativa de generación de energía sostenible que ofrece beneficios adicionales al usuario final. Por ejemplo, a nivel urbano aportan a la descongestión energética ya que optimizan el uso de energías disponibles en el territorio. Los distritos térmicos son un ahorro en capital, pues ya no necesitan instalar sus propios chillers o calderas, eliminando así los costos asociados con la inversión inicial, con la operación y mantenimiento. Además, se obtienen beneficios ambientales en la reducción de la polución auditiva, la emisión de gases contaminantes y las sustancias agotadoras de la capa de ozono. Esta centralización libera espacios en las terrazas, subsuelos o las salas de máquinas. Estos pueden ser utilizados como espacios verdes de la edificación para permitir mayor flexibilidad en el diseño arquitectónico o para disponer de mayor área vendible. Para el país, los distritos térmicos abren oportunidades de empleo, pues su construcción, operación y mantenimiento demandan personal capacitado que garantice la calidad en el servicio. La estrategia Distritos Térmicos en Colombia aporta a la sostenibilidad urbana. Para más información, visítanos en www.distritoenergético.com.
En un país como Colombia, en el que más del 75% de la población vive en climas cálidos, la climatización dejó de ser un lujo para convertirse en una necesidad en aumento debido al cambio climático. Como respuesta a esta problemática surgió el proyecto Distritos Térmicos en Colombia, que en su primera fase logró construir en Medellín el primer distrito térmico de la región que ha demostrado la eficiencia y rentabilidad de esta alternativa energética. El país aprendió las lecciones de esta primera fase y está en el proceso de implementación de una segunda que busca compartir el conocimiento y expandir las redes por diversas regiones de Colombia.
Los distritos térmicos son una herramienta estratégica de bajo impacto ambiental. Son fundamentales para el desarrollo urbano sostenible, tanto del territorio como de las ciudades. Los distritos térmicos ofrecen una ventaja al ser eficientes en la prestación del servicio energético tercerizado, aportando ahorros económicos a las ciudades y a los diferentes actores industriales públicos que puedan estar involucrados en este tipo de proyectos.
Durante los últimos 5 años, la cooperación económica de Suiza ha aportado a Colombia en una iniciativa de distritos térmicos. Basado en la experiencia de la primera fase, se han identificado algunos retos tanto a nivel regulatorio como a nivel de sector privado. Para eso justamente es esa segunda fase de otros 4 años que vamos a aportar en Colombia. Vale la pena de seguir trabajando a nivel regulatorio con el gobierno y también en cuanto a modelos de financiamiento con el sector privado.
La segunda fase del proyecto se desarrollará en conjunto con autoridades a nivel nacional y municipal y con actores relevantes para el desarrollo de distritos térmicos, de manera que sea posible mejorar e implementar la política nacional y local y los marcos regulatorios para promover un mayor desarrollo de distritos térmicos. Reforzar el conocimiento y facilitar la colaboración entre los actores relevantes en la cadena de valor para los distritos térmicos. Esto incluirá la conformación de un centro de competencias y de conocimientos técnicos sobre los distritos térmicos. Brindar asistencia técnica a entre 7 y 10 ciudades seleccionadas, de manera que incluyan distritos térmicos en su planeación territorial y apoyar la realización de 2 a 3 proyectos en el futuro cercano.
Nosotros estamos muy comprometidos con el desarrollo de este proyecto, vemos un gran potencial en este tipo de proyectos y las experiencias aprendidas de la fase 1, de otras iniciativas nos permiten pensar que vamos a lograr las metas que nos hemos propuesto a 2030 en reducción de emisiones y mejora de eficiencia energética.
La segunda fase está orientada a establecer las facilidades que se requieren para que el sector se desarrolle, el desarrollo de proyectos normativos y regulatorios, el desarrollo de modelos de negocios y finalmente el establecimiento de dos proyectos pilotos adicionales que nos permitan seguir caminando hacia las metas que nos ha propuesto el Plan Nacional de Desarrollo en cuanto a eficiencia energética.
Objetivos de esta iniciativa, como consolidar un eje de conocimiento que permita capacitar y conectar los diferentes actores y construir una red, transferir conocimientos, divulgar alternativas, estudiar potencialidades, acompañar proyectos y territorios y más, están en nuestra mira. En esta segunda fase del proyecto, promotores, gremio y aliados seremos el motor que fortalecerá esta tecnología en el país.
Cada día más instituciones, inversionistas, autoridades y consumidores se suman al entusiasmo que ha generado el proyecto Distritos Térmicos en Colombia. Es el momento de consolidar esta alternativa de infraestructura urbana con la participación y compromiso de todos los que creemos que es posible avanzar en ciudades que armonicen el desarrollo económico sostenible para construir el futuro que todos queremos.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días para todos. Mi nombre es Laura.
It's a great pleasure to be with you here today, our third day on behalf of the project Energy Districts in Colombia and on behalf of the organizations implementing it. We give you a warm welcome to this third day. This is our third International Congress on Energy Districts, a sustainable development and environmental alternative. We thank you for having joined us in these last 2 days and hope that today's time will be useful to all of you. During the first block of today's morning, we'll hear about some options to finance sustainable environmental projects. And during the second part, we'll be listening to national and international experts to talk about the use of residual and renewable energetic resources in energy districts and get to know some experiences that are being implemented in Colombia. During the third block, there'll be an intervention to get to know how the academia may contribute to the development of energy districts, and we'll conclude our day with the award giving of the second university contest on energy districts. Be reminded at the end of each talk, there'll be a Q&A time so that they may answer the questions you send in the chat. We'll also remind you that all interventions may be heard in their original language or with simultaneous interpretation if you join the other room that's been enabled to you. Energy districts are infrastructure projects that demand high initial investments associated not only to the construction of thermal energy production, but also to install the distribution networks. Nonetheless, if we allow grouping several users under one same distribution network, we can reduce operation and maintenance costs. Energy districts are gearing to transform, which fulfill a dual purpose. They're more profitable, allow greater efficiency in energy, at the same time that they contribute tangibly to the conservation of the environment. For our first talk today, we have with us Isabel Braley. She works in the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, since 2013 as a senior specialist in capital markets and financial institutions. She's responsible for supervising programs that promote the market of theme bonds and financial solutions that innovate to leverage investments in the private sectors in sustainable projects, as well as low carbon in Latin America. Similarly, she works in the area of social environmental risk management in the financial sector. She was a master's degree in business administration from the business school from Lyon in France. Before joining IDB, she worked for over 10 years for the investment banking in structuring financial products for a wide range of financial institutions, both public and private, including development bank and retirement fund pensions in Asia, Africa, and Europe. So we welcome Isabel Brely Cartier, Senior Specialist in Finance from the Inter-American Development Bank. She'll be talking about some financial options for sustainable projects and low carbon. Okay, welcome. Let's welcome our first speaker. Welcome, Isabel. Thank you, and good morning to you. I hope you can see my screen. Yes, we can see your screen. Go ahead. Okay, once again, thank you and good morning to everyone. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity, especially one of the project sponsors, that is the Swiss Development Secretariat, SECO, with whom we've worked closely in Colombia and in other countries in promoting green finance. The objective of today's talk is to discuss what the potential is in green financing for this infrastructure of energy districts, how we may use financial instruments that are already out there in the market to finance these projects. I am Isabel Bradley Cartier. I work in the market capital division of IDB, in the American Development Bank. Here's the link to a platform to spread knowledge. We have it. We have the Green Finance Lab.org. It's a pretty important tool for you to know everything we do, all the partners we have in the region, and there are many knowledge products that may be useful to you. About the IDB, it's one of the main sources of financing in the long term in Latin America. I am in the division of capital markets, so our clients, our division, are the governments, Ministry of Housing or Ministry of Treasury, public banks, public utility companies, all these possible issue agencies that are part of the state. Okay. Inter-American Development Bank looks at financing portion. It's greater and greater. There's more financing opportunities. So here's the idea of how important it is to finance climate projects at IDB. About $5,000 million, $5 billion a year. That was around in 2020. It was only 4 billion in 2020 because of a transfer of the effort to the needs that arose, or the financing needs that arose in governments because of the COVID emergency. But about $5 billion to finance climate projects a year. We have a goal of 30% at least of our portfolio in climate financing projects, and we have goals to 23 to grow even more. About 65% of our projects have to have investment in adaptation mitigation and high risk. There has to be risk analysis and resilient measures, and everything we do with countries, all our strategies for each country, they need to take into account the climate initiatives and climate initiatives in each country. So the topic at hand today, that is the green bonds or thin bonds. The IDB group has supported to date over 30% of the initiatives in the region. IDB has two windows, a public window where I am that serves all the potential public institutions, but we have a private window as well that is called IDB Invest that serves private sector, private companies. Now we're going to see that energy districts may benefit both windows depending on how the financing is structured for a given energy district. Here's the portion that I've done. It's the public side. If we talk about Colombia, for example, and again, here with a partner of Swiss Cooperation, we did this a lot with SECO. So it began by supporting Bancoldex and Findetec to issue the green bonds and sustainable bonds. Bancoldex issued 3 bonds, has issued green, social, and orange. It was a niche that was the creative industry. We supported Synetex as well in issuing their sustainable bonds. And recently, we supported the Colombian government to issue their first green bonds. It was a success. We continue working in Colombia. We look at the water sector and see how water companies in Colombia may use this instrument of green bonds. And we are working with municipalities to see how the green bonds or sustainable bond or social bond may support municipalities to support renovation of historical centers. That's one thing we're doing. And similarly, in other countries, here's the portion for you to see the private window opportunity. They do pretty much the same, but for companies and private banks. In Colombia, they've supported Da Vivienda, VA Bank, and Bancolombia. A very important product that we've developed for the green bond market is the green bond transparency platform. And I believe it's the most important initiative I've done technical assistance, but I believe this product is probably what we've done best in this green bond market because the commitment at the end of a green bond, we're going to see that ahead, but it's the commitment to report and to show transparency on the allocation of resources and the impact of the projects that are financed with the funds of the bond. But investors and issuers have to have a platform to see those reports to channel everything that is reporting on the bonds. So we've got this platform which facilitates the disclosure of the information and it's comparable between bonds among bonds. To this date, we have 50 issuers that are reporting 110 missions and 63% of the market in the region. We began at the beginning of this year. So we are on the go. The idea is that the green bond issuers will come in and place their report very systematically in this platform so that investors may come and compare bonds and look at their portfolio in terms of impact. I'll also share with you the link to the platform. It's all public and you may log in and see how it works. Okay, so what do we talk about when we talk about green finance or green financing? This is the definition I always use, is that we talk about green financing when the decisions to invest or to finance, not only does it depend on economic considerations, but also on impact, environmental impact concerns. So this is applicable to all markets. It may apply to value markets, and there's more and more investors that, for example, they exclude certain types of values from their portfolios because of environmental concerns. Of course, the most important market for green financing is the debt markets. It's these theme bonds market that we'll be discussing later, but also it applies to the banking market. And I'd like to make a pause here because everything we're going to see during this presentation about the debt markets, in the end, they apply. It is applicable to other loans. If we have a green portfolio, if you have a green portfolio and you know how to show the environmental impact, how to prove it, the environmental impact of your portfolio, then you can issue a bond, and you can also see a bank and request a green loan. And the benefit of the green loan versus a traditional loan will also be the same benefit of getting cheaper funding, lower interest rates. So always remember that the value is in the en- positive environmental impact of a portfolio. And this requires different financing sources. Of course, the green bond is the most developed one, is the most standardized one. But you should always remember that if the end you have a green portfolio, but for any given reason you cannot issue a bond because of size, structure, and so on, you may also request a green loan. In Colombia, private banking, I don't know about everyone, but Bancolombia, for example, it has credit lines for green financing, Findeter as well, and others. These deed markets grow rapidly. We're going to see that in detail, but the three markets of green financing grow quickly, and 2021 is going to be a record year for these three categories. Okay, so let's see in greater detail what they are. I'm going to talk about them very quickly. But what are they? These are bonds. Creo que estamos escuchando los dos en la sala de traducción. We're using the resources of the bond for projects that have a positive impact on the environment, social or green, sustainable. It's all a mix. These are very important instruments to achieve the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, because every time there's a positive social environmental impact, there's a positive impact on one of the SDGs. So here we have the three types of bonds. Green bonds, these are bonds where the resources will only be used to finance projects that have an positive environmental impact. We'll see that to say we have an environmental benefit is a thing, but we need to prove it. Social bond is where the resources are used to finance projects that have positive social benefits. I'm gonna explain here because I don't think this applies to energy districts, because we need to prove the social benefit. Yeah, of course it's clear because it's a social and environmental benefit, right? But when we talk about social benefit bonuses or bonds, we talk about a positive impact on vulnerable groups. So I don't think this may apply, or it could be very specific cases, but I don't think it's the nature of energy districts. But then sustainable bonds is a mix, is a blend of social and green bonds. So here we're going to focus on green bonds because the impact I see from energy districts is basically green. What are the benefits of these bonds to the issuer? There are three main benefits. There might be more, but the main benefits are a diversification of financing sources, because the investment pool will be wider, because investors who may be interested in the issuer bond, issuer, I don't know, I'm going to talk about bond from a bank in Colombia. Who buys the bond from the Colombian bank? An investor that knows Colombia, but if the bank issues a green bond, it's going to buy the investor. Who's going to buy? And also the green investor. And there's a big demand in green investments, because every time more and more the investors, the pension funds, all institutional investors have mandates, and they are committed to placing 30% of their investments in something green, or 40%, 20%. So the demand for these green portfolios or in green instruments is more important every time. That's why when we issue a green bond, we expand the investor pool. So greater demand and better funding. The second benefit we perceive is access to longer term financing. If we expand the investors' base, we can attract investors who are interested in a longer term. So we analyze the green bond market and we clearly see the expansion of the term, longer terms from the same issuer, and in the end, improvement of the financing conditions. And here I'm going to be very clear. It's not because it's the end. I mean, the end is the risk of the green bond is the same as the risk of the issuer. So the credit risk will be the same. But why is there such big demand? And these bonds always have an over demand of 2, 3, 4 times. The financing conditions get lower. So there's a greenium that's documented. There's a greenium. There is an improvement of funding costs in these markets with green bonds. Where's the market now? I'm going to talk about where we are with these green bond market. You see the figures, but the most important thing in this slide is that Latin America, it still does not represent much. We are below 2% when we know that we have the potential to attract a lot more in these investments. So our role is to promote these markets. The trend is very positive because positive we'll see are growing much, very much, but we're still small in the Latin American market. In a few slides, I'm going to show you where we are with these green bonds in Latin America. I shared with you the first page of a report that you can also find in this platform, refinance.org. It's a report where we are with these sustainable bonds at the end of 2020, where we were, I think she meant. I guess you can see the global picture of these markets. Almost $50 billion, out of which 30 billion are green bonds. Green bonds still represent a big portion of these markets. 2020 was a crisis year, was a record year for green bonds in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is not a fashion. It's not gonna come and go. Even after the crisis year, the green bond market continued to grow. And 2021, I don't have the figures of the second semester, but 2020 is going to be even more. Here is the view per country. Chile and Brazil, Mexico are the three first countries in the region in issuing bonds with profiles of very different profiles in their issuers in these countries. Colombia is not considering the sovereign issuance of Colombia, so the Colombian portion is going to grow a lot in the coming years. Because of course, every time there's a sovereign issuance, the figures change because the sovereign issuances are pretty big. One thing that might interest you is that, and it's intuitive, the energy sector is more financed in Latin America with green bonds. It may sound intuitive because, of course, if you talk about energy, renewable energies, energy efficiency, and so on, the impact is easy, and the environmental impact is easy to assess and monitor. If we take a look at Colombia, it's pretty well diversified per sector. As I said, you see a lot of yellow because there's a lot of energy. But when you look at Colombia, Colombia is pretty diverse in the green bond market. Speaking of who issues, there's big diversity as well. If you take a look at Brazil as an example, in green bond markets, Brazil is a corporate market. It's mostly companies, sector companies, paper, energy, agriculture, and so on. They issue green bonds. If you take a look at Chile, for example, the Chilean green bond market is dominated by the sovereign, by the government. Colombia, to this date, I mean, now we have the sovereign or the government bond, but to date, it was more a banking market. Those that issued a lot was the banks, both public and private banks. That was the landscape of markets. These markets will grow a lot in the region. We still have a huge potential. So the idea now is to step into the detail and see what the potential is for these green bonds for your projects, the energy districts. And here I'm gonna delve a little bit as we saw at first. A green bond is a type where the issuer commits to using the resources only for projects that can prove they have a positive environmental impact. For energy districts projects, it's obvious, I guess, it's to protect the ozone layer and then fight climate change and improve energy efficiency. So these district energy projects will be undoubtedly will be within the framework of green bonds, but we still do not have a taxonomy or standard, at least a clear one for these projects. So, for example, when I presented, I'm not a specialist in energy districts, right? But I'm a specialist in green bonds. So when I began to prepare this presentation, I called the Climate Initiative. Climate Bond Initiative is an organization or an NGO that issues the standards in this green bond market. I talked to them about energy districts. They do not have a specific standard for energy districts. And they said, okay, intuitively, again, they said these energy districts, of course, they have an environmental benefit, but watch if the cooling or heating generation comes from fossil fuels. That's the only thing they said to me. I also talked to the European Investment Bank, and they said to me, okay, we believe that an energy district is eligible to our category of green funding with 50% of energy, at least 50% of energy comes from biomass or waste and so on. So you see, we still do not have a clear standard as to how to prove the environmental benefit. That's fine. It's not a problem. In many cases, the green bonds we've supported in the region, we did not have a specific standard for that type of investment, but we, by supporting the issuer, we developed the standard a little bit. But it is true that intuitively, we're going to have to prove, I mean, this part, how the energy is generated, the energy that is used to I don't know, power the energy district, something we need to explain and pay attention to. Of course, the benefit is energy efficiency and the ODSs. So the benefit's there, but it's very important to be able to prove the energy savings and the energy in the or the reduction of ozone depleting substance, ODS, because the most important thing is the monitoring and assessment of the environmental benefit. So either way, Energy District will be able to issue a green bond. There'll be some work to prove the impact, but the impact's there. Now, who can issue a bond in an energy district? And that's discussion because I don't know the detail of the structure of these projects. But when I think who may issue a green bond, a green bond may be issued by in a structure of project finance. It could be the company that is developing the project as one of their bonds. I don't know, an electric company maybe can have this project of can have an energy district project, and they can issue a green bond to support the renewable energy portfolio, including energy districts. So the energy district may go within a green portfolio that will support the issuance of a green bond. They may A bank can also issue a green bond. The bank that financed the energy district, the banks, when they issue a green bond, they issue a green bond supported by the whole green portfolio in their revenue portfolio. I know it could be energy efficiency at SMEs, or it could be wind energy. Anything they do can use it to issue green bonds, and this energy district can be included there. They can also, I mean, a municipality can also issue green bond. For example, they want to renew a historical site, they want to issue a green bond to finance that part of the project. So the energy district would be part of this kind of renewable of the portfolio to issue a green bond. So what I mean to say is that the energy district, it's got a green value and it's important. Now, who's going to finance? Who's going to use the green bond as an instrument to finance that energy district? There are many options. How is a green bond issued? There are 4 stages. First, we have to prepare a framework. The framework is a document that is attached to the legal documents where the debt is issued, and they detail the commitment from the issuer, the environmental commitment from the issuer. We're going to see that in detail. So the foundation of the green bond is this document called the Green Bond Framework. It's the legal documentation which summarizes all the issuer's commitment. Then the bond is structured, and then it is promoted because, as we've seen before, investors may be new. It could be green investors that do not know the company or the country. So there's a lot of promotion work in issuing a green bond. And probably the most important portion is after the issuance is the report on the green bond. When we support an issuer, we support the 4 stages. In order to prepare this document that details the commitment from the issuer, there's a standard. It's an international standard, and it's the Green Bond Principles of the ICMA. ICMA is an international market association, is an association of stakeholders of capital markets, and they issue principles. Almost 100% of green bonds throughout the world use those, and those are the green bond principles. Every time there is a green bond framework, the framework has to prove that it's complying with those 4 pillars of ICMA principles. The first one is the use of the resources. So the framework has to detail what is going to be financed, how the resources of the bond are going to be used. In the case of an energy district, it's going to be the project. That's easier. Then they need to explain the selection process. Now, if there are only If it's only that, it's going to be easy. It's difficult when it's a big portfolio. And then explain how they're going to manage the bond resources, because while the resources are allocated to eligible projects, the resources need to be managed properly. You can't say that because I'm waiting to finance an energy district project, we cannot use the money for something else to, I don't know, do something in oil and gas. And more important, the fourth pillar is the whole commitment to report how we're going to report, how you are going to report, what indicators, how frequently, is it going to be yearly, and so on. That's a little bit how you put this document together, the framework. And the green bond market requests the issuer to submit a certificate. I don't know how I'm doing in time. This framework has to have an independent review, that is the second party review. It's a consultant company. It's got to be approved. That comes and checks all the framework with their own methodology, and they confirm compliance of those ICMA principles. Those two documents, the framework and the opinion on the framework, are the two most important documents to issue a green bond, and then they attach the legal documents of the bond. As I was saying, we support the whole process. We begin with work with the issuer to identify the eligible projects. We prepare the bond with the issuer, and we support him or her well to get the SPO, the second party opinion. Then we support financially. We still have to analyze a lot. Is it local, international? Is it a public offer or private allocation? We can also support in having better credit. We can guarantee part of the bond to increase the credit risk during issuance. Our Green Vest can also provide anchor investment by 30, 70% of the bond so that other investors may join. I mean, we have a lot of instruments to support and help structure the bond and reach the best offer. Then we participate in the promotion effort, let's say materials, promotion activities, webinars, brochures, and so on. And in the end, the support we give goes beyond the issuance, because we support the indicators of reporting, annual reportings or yearly reportings to the Green Bond Transparency Platform. So this is what we did with the bonds we're supporting in Colombia, Findeterma, and Coldex, and so on. And I'm going to conclude and open to discussion, because when I heard energy districts, it's a new thing to me. Not the green bonds. The green bonds are not new to me, but energy districts are. And I think it's exciting. It's a good fit for green bonds. There's some work to do on how to prove the benefits, but I understand that you already have all these studies on energy efficiency, efficiency in the use of the reduction of the use of ODSs and so on. So I think it's a very good fit. And what we would need to do is look at a pilot project and begin the work on a case. I'd like to add something I said at first. Is that an energy district all by itself is green. So it'd be a waste not to use this green category in financing. You can do it with a bond. I think it's the most logical thing. But if the bond is not the solution from a financial viewpoint, well, you can also use that to go and negotiate a green loan. And that's very important. It's also very important that the stakeholders that are going to finance these projects, if it's a municipality, if it's a private or public company, for example, a public utility company, they have clarity on the quality of the project because it's going to help them put the green financing together. So there's a lot of work to disseminate information as well. And that's my final message. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the presentation. Very important point. Financing projects for everything we're thinking. We're going to invite David, who's going to help us with the question. Welcome, David. Good morning to you. And let's have the questions. Thank you for the presentation. I think while we were listening to this very interesting presentation, we would have liked, we felt like it was a sustainable finance class, very short, but I thought it was productive. And we have a lot of questions, a lot of challenges, especially to approach and respond as we learn more about climate funding that is more relevant every time. I am David Ardila. I'm the coordinator for one of the cities where this energy district project is present is Villavicencio. It's about 4 hours from Bogota. It's hot weather, hot climate, and we've made institutional progress to form and implement energy districts. I'm an economist. I am a passionate guy about climate finance issues. I'm going to moderate the questions that we've received during the presentation. I'm going to try to present them from general to specific, and I'd like to make a first comment. A big conclusion is that climate financing is a world to discover. Speaking of energy districts, what I see is that it's a pretty good opportunity, but we still do not have enough evidence. We don't have huge evidence. I mean, we need to have a step by step approach to see how financing works for energy districts. And I think you'll like this initiative as well, which complies with the standards of a green bond, given what it means to reduce GHG emissions and what it means for energy efficiency. Having said that, I'd like to start with a first question that will help us all reflect. And it's, what can the IDB offer, in this case, the Green Finance Lab, for a potential investor, private investor, for example, or we discussed this with other colleagues that who would like to submit a proposal of energy district under a model of a PPP, private public partnership. What can they expect? I think the IDB can provide that technical advice or indicate they want to present an initiative between the Green Finance Lab. What can you offer them? I'm going to clarify the Green Finance Lab is a knowledge platform. Each one can go there. It's all public and it's just all the publications, all the work. It's knowledge. It's only knowledge. IDB may support issuers. We do not support investors, but we support those who need the financing. And as you said, there are two ways. Through PPPs, we have PPP experts who can provide technical support for the private public partnership. It's a very efficient financing solution. It takes a lot of structure, and IDB has different technical assistance programs. So should you have a PPP project, it's not going to be because I'm not the specialist in PPP. I'm a bond specialist, but we have a whole team who can provide support to structure the PPP. So yes, please. contact us. Now, if you want to issue a bond or get a green loan because you need support to structure the green portion or the financial part, but the green part of it, also, this is the technical assistance that I showed in the presentation. Come talk to us and we will support in getting the framework ready, do everything that needs to be done and get the document ready that then will be submitted to the investors. I don't know if I answered the question. Yes. Okay. Yes. And it's through technical assistance programs. And in Colombia, we have one that we just put together. The second phase is just beginning to support the green structuring, what I call green structuring. And together with SECA, the Cisco operation, we're beginning a second support phase to potential issuers. Great. Having asked this first question, I'd like to talk about specific case. You mentioned during your presentation that you worked with the second floor banking in Colombia, and you mentioned Findeter and Bancoldex as two national partners in Colombia. Here in Villavicencio, we're developing an energy district, and during these or with these enabling conditions and looking for financing, we attended knocked on Bancoldex doors, and I was there as a process facilitator and to get to know a little bit because I was interested in understanding the process as a whole. And I must tell you that it wasn't easy. It wasn't so easy. So much that at the end, this investor made the decision to not to continue with the search for financing with Bancoldex. It's a second floor banking, and they did with the traditional Colombian banking. There were several reasons, but I'd like to highlight one, and it's that the requirements and the process of approval was very, very complex in comparison to traditional banking. So, what could be improved from your perspective and experience so that second floor banking Colombia may accelerate and facilitate the process to do specific financing and make it efficient? I can't talk about Bancoldex or Findeter. I can talk about IDB because I have the IDB experience because IDB have very cheap financing model. So we offer very cheap rates, low rates, but we have very strong development requirements. The funding is for projects that have a very big development impact. That's normal. That's why we have this. That's how we want to channel the money. Bank Coldex and with Fintech might do the same. What I can say is that I'm not surprised that the requirements are more severe on this side than on the other, but the benefit is also big for the investor. So there are, from our side, there are many conditions with this technical assistance as well. We have the capacity to support the investor to have everything they need. Okay. And I guess that, for example, there are energy efficiency lines that are very attractive, but to be eligible, you have to prove a lot of things and do things like this and not like that. It's just normal because in the end, the funding is eligible only when the bank can demonstrate the impact. So, my message is take advantage of the resources of technical assistance that are available, for example, with us and SECO, to get the project ready. So the project is bankable from the green viewpoint or financial viewpoint as well. But there is technical assistance for that. Great. That's the term you've mentioned, the green banking project. You need to prove that it's bankable. It complies with all the attributes and it has good indicators and it has the sustainability criteria Now, I want to talk about specific question. Is there any minimum size of project for financing from you? I mean, do you have to have a minimum $10 million, $50 million? What's the size that you would expect to consider that it's bankable or it can be financed? The public side, my side, we will lend with a warranty. What I can give you is technical assistance, and that doesn't have a minimum size, minimum amount. I'm interested in working in with the energy district, so we can work with any pilot, either this tiny, this in technical assistance, quote quote. Now, to get the IDB funding, the public side, they need other guarantee. I work for public parties, right? Public institutions. So at some point in time, when we are going to give the money, we'll give it with a guarantee from the government. So that's either for how Treasury, I mean, the Colombian government has to give a warranty. The private sector, there are two options. One I did not mention. We have IDB Invest. It's a private bank. Truth be said, with a development mandate, but it's a private bank, and they may work with much smaller projects. I guess $10 million is okay. I can't give you a minimum because it's not my window, but it could be for smaller projects. There's a third window that's called IDB Lab, and you can Google it. IDB Lab is for very innovative small projects. So in the end, the bank or the IDB group has the three windows and the three sizes of all projects. Okay, Google IDB Invest and IDB Lab, depending on the project size. Again, this is a world to discover for us in energy districts. And I go to the next question, and it has to do with this. It's a continuity of the previous question. Can a green bond help finance the capex of an energy district and the potential users that may be required? Even then, yes, yes. Yeah, because in the end, the green bond finances the expenses which allow you to get to the environmental benefit. So they look at the project as a whole. So, yes, it is eligible. I mean, the expenses of the private portion and the general expense. Yes. Users as well as investors. Yes, both expenses. Okay, that question has a very interesting answer. During the presentation, you mentioned something I highlighted here, and it's that during this process of green bonds, there are some steps you need to prove that you're not using fossil fuels, that you comply with some standards, which, as a matter of fact, allow supporting the green part of the technology. And about that, there is a question from the audience. I think it's key. We could take into account as a reference viewpoint the generation distributed efficiently in energy districts in comparison to electric plants. Would that be an indicator? Yes, there's a perception of the market because remember, in the end, it's all marketing. I mean, in the end, you're gonna talk to the investor, and we're gonna have to prove that it is greenwashing, whatever it is. There is a climate impact, positive climate impact or environmental impact. But also there's this whole perception. So we do not have a final conclusion here. But when I talked and I was preparing the presentation, the issue that came up was energy districts. Yes, that's great. But watch with the fossil fuel thing. I don't have a final answer, but I guess if we go to the project with an energy district project that has all energy efficiency. It's a energy district, so efficiency is high. So we had to build a new plant, a new coal plant, then it's not eligible. But if you use an already existing plant, everything is about the impact. If electricity generation, whatever we're going to use for the energy district, already exists, right? It's not a negative impact because it already is already there. The plant already exists. So we just need to see and prove the positive impact, and it's got to be based on energy efficiency. See what I mean? We're gonna have a great energy district, and then you're gonna use a new plant. I use coal as a fuel, then it's not possible. The investor will not finance, will not be part of the financing, creating a new plant, building a new coal plant, because at COP26 we said that coal is phasing out. See what I mean? So there's some work there, and I think I don't know the projects pretty well. I'm almost sure that it won't be an issue, but I just wanted to highlight that. It's something we need to work on. Great, thank you, Isabel. We've come to the end of this QA session. Again, the time was not enough to answer so many questions. Most likely the audience may have more questions. I want to say that there's a conclusion, and it's that we have a roadmap to approach, a lot of work to do to discover how to be more efficient, to make our energy districts more less attractive in Colombia. If you accept our challenge, most likely we'll be contacting you, especially with you, to discover this roadmap and respond questions that may have been left. Thank you very much. I think it was an interesting talk that opens a wide landscape to discover. We wish you success. Thank you for the information, and it's going to be a big impact for all cities in Colombia where we work. Thank you for the opportunity. We'll keep in touch. We continue with the next talk. Thank you. Thank you, Isabel. I want to thank David, the coordinator, Villavicencio. Thank you for not taking so long the time. We need to be strict with the timing so that we can listen to all the talks. Thank you. Now we're going to continue with the next part. It's a panel. Thank you, Isabel, and I want to thank the audience for participating in this third National Congress on Energy Districts, Environmental and Sustainable Development Alternative. Energy districts have seen progress from the government prioritization to favor sustainable technologies, and thanks to this, we've been able to increase the sustainability levels because they're linked more efficiently to renewable energies. We invite you to watch this panel on the use of energy resources, both residual and renewable resources in energy districts. At the end of this panel, there'll be another QA session as you send them in the chat, write them in the chat. And again, you can listen to this in the original language, or if you want to listen to a translation, you can go to the other room. Now we have in this international expert panel, Antonio Di Checa. He is the NG Asset Management Director. He holds a master's degree in aerospace engineering from the Torino institution, a master's in engineering and energy management from École de Mines de Paris. He is a asset management director in Dubai since 2018. Before that, he worked as project director of business development in Climate Space, Europe's biggest cooling district. We also have Andreas Horning, director of the Swiss Thermic Energy District Association. He holds a master's degree from Bernard University and a master's degree in hydraulic constructions from the Technical Federal School in Zurich. He's currently director of the Energy District Association in Switzerland, deputy director of the Energy Department Advisory Engineer SA, a specialized company in aqueduct networks and energy topics. He also worked in Colombia between 1997 and 2003 for the partnership of aqueduct, sewage, and cleaning Barranquilla. He was in charge of the aquifer study in Santa Marta. He was waste management director and deputy manager at Sanitation Barranquilla Technical, Aqueduct and Sanitation Technical, deputy director of Hidrolagos in Zulia, Venezuela, and deputy manager in environmental management. Another panelist is Andres Peter. Works Basel Industrial Asset Management Director. He's a mechanical engineer, has worked in the construction of tunnels and hydraulic design in the industry of machinery. Since 2011, he's worked for the energy supply sector, and he's asset management director in heat in industrial works Basel, IWB, Switzerland. Thomas Stetter will be moderating this panel. He's an international expert in energy districts and a consultant to the Economic and Development Office of the Swiss Embassy in Colombia, SECO. Mr. Stetter is a mechanical engineer with a specialty in economics and business administration from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich. He has wide experience in the implementation of renewable energy projects, also climate change mitigation projects, and urban network management for cooling in Switzerland. He currently develops and implements photovoltaic projects, advises energy district projects, including the National Strategy on Energy Districts in Colombia since 2013. So I give the floor to Engineer Thomas Stetter to moderate this panel on the use of renewable and residual resources for energy in energy districts. So we welcome Thomas, welcome, and thank you for joining today's meeting, and thank you for leading this interesting panel. Go ahead with very interesting topic. Thank you very much, Laura, and the organizers of this third International Congress for inviting me to talk in this topic that is very interesting, energy districts. I'm kidding, but also it is true. The use of energy resources, both residual and renewable, in energy districts is a key topic for the future development of energy districts, because by 2050 we want to be carbon neutral, and we will only attain this objective if we do energy districts with renewable or residual. Voy a cambiar a español porque uno de los panelistas no habla español. Bienvenidos, no los voy a volver a presentar. Ya han sido presentados por Laura, entonces me alegra tenerlos con nosotros. No fue fácil encontrar 3 panelistas con que los primeros nombres comenzaran con A. Todos los nombres comenzaran con A. No fue fácil, pero lo logramos. Gracias por acompañarnos. Diría que el tema es el tema más importante de todo el Congreso. Es un poquito bromeando, pero en serio, como lo mencionó Isabel en su charla anterior y como se mencionó en el panel de Natalia Mayorga el primer día, y se mencionó por los diferentes presentadores reiteradamente el primer día, el uso de las energías renovables o residuales en nuevos distritos térmicos es clave. Así que cuando preparamos este panel decidimos que no íbamos a hacer largas presentaciones sobre las personas y las instituciones, sino que más bien íbamos a intercambiar rápidamente entre unos y otros para que las personas que escuchen se interesen más. Hagámoslo así y como la primera ronda, ¿por qué trabajan en distritos térmicos y no en, no sé, ah, la industria aeroespacial o túneles? ¿Por qué no están allá? ¿Cuál es la primera motivación para hacer lo que están haciendo? De pronto quieran compartir esa motivación con nosotros. Andreas, Urni, ¿qué crees? Gracias, Tomás, por la presentación. Bueno, yo he estado trabajando en varias áreas. Lo siento, pero hay demasiado ruido. Escuchamos dos voces. Al mismo tiempo, me he especializado en la energía, en temas energéticos. Más recientemente, en los últimos 10 años, he estado trabajando en cuestiones que tienen que ver con la energía, el uso energético, la eficiencia energética, que tiene que ver con el agua, gestión hídrica, y he estado trabajando en estas transacciones en Suiza. También estoy ayudando a hacer esta transición en otros países, si puedo ayudar. Muy bien, Antonio, tú incluso fuiste hasta Dubái para implementar los distritos térmicos. ¿Qué te motivó? Primero que todo, si me escuchan bien, no sé si me escuchen. ¿Sí? Ah, bueno. Sí, gracias, Tomás. Gracias a todos. Es un placer estar aquí en el panel. Lo siento, pero hay demasiado ruido de los otros participantes. Escucho dos veces la voz, hay mucho eco y mucho ruido. Por esto es que me fui al Medio Oriente, porque están implementando los distritos térmicos como tema general. Es parte del desarrollo urbano. Hemos estado desarrollando estas actividades en todo el mundo. Y en el 2017 comenzamos con un líder en la región para liderar el proceso, para traer más sostenibilidad en el Medio Oriente. Gracias, muchas gracias. Él es el líder de gestión de activos. Contribuyes día a día con el funcionamiento adecuado de los distritos térmicos. ¿Qué te motiva? Hola a todos. Muchísimas gracias a Laura y a Tomás por la gentil presentación. Decidí hace 10 años el cambiar al sector energético y mi motivación fue contribuir con la traducción de nuestro sistema y creo que en la infraestructura energética nosotros podemos contribuir a largo plazo en las inversiones a largo plazo. Eso es lo que me motiva. Bien, gracias. Yo sé que tienen energías renovables en su distrito térmico en ¿Valía? Entonces, como presidente, ¿esto hace que la vida sea más complicada? Basilea, creo que dijo, sí. ¿Quieres decirle el uso de energías renovables? Sí. No, diría que hace que la vida sea más interesante, más significativa, de hecho. Pero claro está, más posibilidades y más complejidad en cierto sentido, sí, pero es un efecto. Yo no diría que hace que la gestión de activos sea más difícil. No. Bien, aunque es energía intermitente parcialmente por lo menos, entonces la gestión puede ser un poquito más compleja. Sí, sí, los cálculos también son algo más complicadas, más complejas. Ah, señor Horney, ¿tienes la visión general de todos los distritos térmicos en Suiza? Desde su experiencia, ¿cuál diría que es usted que es el factor de éxito más importante para implementar de forma exitosa un distrito térmico? Y en especial, con respecto a la inclusión de las energías renovables, ¿cuáles son los factores de éxito más importantes? No le podemos escuchar. ¿Ahora sí? ¿Ahora sí me escuchan? Quiero mencionar tres factores principales. Uno, creo que es la internalización de los costos internos. Eso significa que las emisiones CO2 deben tener un costo menor. De otra forma, los combustibles fósiles siempre tendrán la ventaja sobre la energía renovable. Eso es uno de los temas. Uno tiene que o es necesario pagar los daños causados al medio ambiente o a la salud del público si se siguen utilizando combustibles fósiles. Y así uno puede ayudar a las energías renovables o residuales para que se utilicen en los sistemas de distritos térmicos para calefacción o enfriamiento, es decir, reducir las emisiones CO2. Tenemos los sistemas ya en Suiza desde el 2009 y el precio ahora está subiendo a más o menos $130 por tonelada de CO2. Es bastante alto el precio. Ese es un factor importante para ayudar con el uso de energías renovables. También un marco legal a nivel provincial, regional, incluso nacional. En Suiza la situación es bastante complicada porque en la Constitución, a nivel de estrategia, se debe hacer a nivel del gobierno. Las edificaciones están a nivel del municipio. Entonces, no está muy claro quién tiene la responsabilidad de la calefacción y el enfriamiento de los distritos térmicos. ¿Quién tiene la responsabilidad? Esa es una de las dificultades para la evolución de la construcción de los sistemas de distritos térmicos. Y con respecto a la planeación energética, normalmente es la responsabilidad a nivel de la ciudad, el gobierno de la ciudad. Entonces tenemos tres diferentes niveles de organización, de jerarquía en el Estado y la coordinación entre esos tres niveles no siempre funciona como debería hacerlo. Digamos que ese es un factor importante, tener un marco legal claro. Otro punto que ya lo mencioné de cierta forma es que la planeación energética es muy importante a nivel de municipio o regional. Uno necesita una planeación energética inteligente para utilizar todos los recursos disponibles, las fuentes de energía, las fuentes de calor para las redes de distritos térmicos, y eso requiere buena planeación de las redes. Y creo que son los principales factores de éxito de las redes de distritos térmicos. Muchísimas gracias. Muy claro. Antonio, parece que hay un problema con tu sonido. Entonces, si no funciona como lo planeamos en el momento, de pronto cambies a español, hablas en español para que no tengamos que utilizar la traducción. Pero tratemos una vez más con la traducción. Entonces, Andreas mencionó tres cosas: el precio del CO2, un marco claro a diferentes niveles y la planeación inteligente de energía. ¿Alguno de estos tres factores se cumplen en el Medio Oriente? Y si no, ¿cómo incorporan de forma exitosa los distritos energéticos y las energías renovables? Sí, sin los tres pilares fundamentales. Espero que ahora me escuchen mejor. Si no, me avisen. ¿No me escuchan? Ahora sí. ¿Se habla en inglés? ¿Está bien? Voy a tratar de continuar. Estaba diciendo que las emisiones de CO2 es un impulsor bastante importante, aunque esto no sucede así, no tenemos la misma situación en todas las regiones del mundo, porque cuando no hay precio, no hay mercado de carbono, es complicado. Y si, sobre todo si no hay políticas específicas para la reducción de emisiones de CO2, cuando no es el primer motivante, no es, dado que es lo primero que miran los inversionistas, pero esto es algo que se está haciendo más y más urgente en la agenda de todos los países. Así que como vimos en la última COP en Glasgow, muchos países en vía de desarrollo se están alineando para ser neutrales en carbono para el 2050. Incluso India, el 2070, son metas a largo plazo, pero en cualquier caso hay un involucramiento y que esto será de mucha importancia, un gran motor para el desarrollo de la mayoría de sistemas de enfriamiento y refrigeración amigables con el medio ambiente, con energías renovables y residuales. Aquí en el Medio Oriente, infortunadamente, hoy el principal motor es el precio. Quiero ser muy transparente sobre ello. No quiero construir un escenario irreal, pero claro está, el precio es el principal motor cuando hablamos acerca de la inversión eh, privada, porque los distritos térmicos aquí en la región son de iniciativa privada cuando comparamos lo que ha pasado en Europa, en especial, por ejemplo, en Francia, o podemos dar diferentes ejemplos. Hay diferentes modelos de negocio, pero el más común es las concesiones públicas, donde el concesionario es el municipio o el gobierno de cualquier forma, y hay un tipo de garantía y también subsidios que pueden incentivar la inversión y atraer diferentes actores. Yo diría también que hay una gran presión en el Medio Oriente por la eficiencia energética y claro está, cuando miramos el uso de la electricidad y el enfriamiento de la refrigeración es el primer uso, entonces los distritos térmicos juegan un papel muy importante para reducir el impacto de la red de electricidad con grandes cargas. Y esto también es un impacto económico de la infraestructura de la red porque es una gran inversión que requiere red adicional y un pico adicional, unas capacidades adicionales para cumplir con la gran demanda. Entonces diría que también es un aspecto de mucha importancia. Si queremos hablar acerca de la sostenibilidad del enfriamiento, bueno, este es otro tema álgido. Vemos más y más economías que cambian a diferentes necesidades energéticas, integrando los recursos renovables y residuales, introduciendo muchos problemas tal vez en el despacho, porque hay variables o fuentes variables de las renovables, no son fáciles de gestionar. Pero sí es una clara ventaja para los distritos térmicos en general. Tenemos diferentes ejemplos en mi opinión, de esta energía en los distritos térmicos. Yo diría que en los distritos térmicos podemos verlo en dos formas, ya sea que utilicemos distritos térmicos conectados a la red eléctrica normal y está a favor de los renovables, entonces indirectamente utilizamos energía renovable para la generación eléctrica y esto es lo que percibimos en la mayoría de los casos, por lo menos en muchos países europeos. O también tratamos de implementar la energía renovable directamente en el sistema. Claro que es más complejo cuando consideramos aislar los sistemas y querer que se conecten de pronto a una fuente solar o eólica, algún tipo de almacenamiento de ese tipo sin la interconexión con la red. Así que es un esquema teórico que no he visto aplicado acá, pero diría que es mucho más fácil para los distritos térmicos porque tienen la infraestructura que se puede utilizar y tener una ganancia de los recursos locales que estén disponibles ya y que están en la ciudad. Aquí podemos hablar de acuíferos, agua del mar, ríos, lagos, energía geotérmica. Son todas fuentes renovables y este es el caso de los distritos que tenemos en algunas partes aquí en el Medio Oriente y tienen muy buenos ejemplos en Suiza con un lago, pero también creo que la parte más importante es la energía residual que se puede utilizar en los distritos térmicos, comparando con en un acople con la generación de electricidad y un tipo de multiservicio de modelo multivariado, multiactor. Y esto puede promover la integración de la energía residual en el sistema. Y tenemos diferentes ejemplos de energía residual en la incineración en Barcelona. El distrito térmico en Barcelona utiliza directamente el vapor que viene de la energía residual a través de chillers de absorción para producir enfriamiento. También tenemos el uso de la parte geotérmica, ya sea en bombas de calor o geotérmica superficial, ese tipo de energía. Tenemos pocos proyectos, algunos en París, sobre todo, que están utilizando la geotérmica profunda con bombas de calor, pero aquí también en el Medio Oriente estamos explorando la posibilidad de utilizar energía geotérmica para producir enfriamiento. Y tenemos otro ejemplo de aguas de alcantarillado de los sistemas urbanos y utilizarlo como una fuente adicional para producir calefacción y enfriamiento a través de bombas de calor. Voy a dejar hasta aquí porque creo que me tomé todo el tiempo, perdón. Muchísimas gracias, Antonio. Fue un resumen interesante. Entonces, hablemos un poquito más acerca de las energías renovables y residuales. Andreas Peter, la primera pregunta, ¿qué motiva en Basilea el trabajo de utilizar las energías renovables? Y en la segunda pregunta es, ¿cuáles son los ejemplos más exitosos que podría nombrar que utilicen energías residuales o renovables? En Basilea tenemos un fuerte enfoque en la energía renovable y tradicionalmente y también por la legislación. Así que estamos obligados a utilizar la mayoría de energía renovable que se pueda en nuestra generación de electricidad y también en la distribución de calor, así o de calefacción. Entonces, en el momento, nuestra legislación nos dice que utilicemos 80% de energía renovable o energía residual en la calefacción distrital o en los distritos térmicos, y tenemos más o menos 900 gigavatios por hora, un distrito térmico de ese tamaño. Así que 80% del mismo debe provenir o debe ser neutral en CO2, sin dióxido de carbono. Y la electricidad, tenemos 100% que viene de agua, energía, una planta de generación eléctrica. Es una motivación, pero también es la ley, ¿no? Nos obliga la ley, nos impone que utilizamos esto, y también la estrategia gubernamental que nos obliga a tener ese tipo de mezcla, es decir, que la mayoría sea de energía renovable, tanto como sea posible. Entonces, de cierta forma, confirman lo que nos decía a Andreas Horney, el precio del CO2 o la obligación legal, el marco legal que está claro. Y Andreas también nos mencionó un tercer elemento, que es la planeación energética. Me imagino que eso también está implementado en Basilea, ¿o no? Sí, la planeación energética de calefacción no es tan antigua, es desde el 2017, cuando se aprobó una nueva ley y así se definió. Ahora tenemos una planeación energética para calefacción, así que cada distrito eh, está determinando qué tipo de fuente puede y debe utilizar. Vemos una fuerte influencia del Estado en la legislación en Suiza, lo cual claramente es algo que aún falta en Colombia. Y yo sé que los proyectos de distritos térmicos en Colombia están trabajando sobre generar este tipo de marco y condiciones que favorezcan los distritos térmicos. Andrés Horney, hablando acerca un poquito más de los distritos de enfriamiento, los que ustedes conocen en Suiza, ¿utilizan energías renovables o residuales? Y de ser así, ¿cuáles? ¿Y cuáles o qué les recomendaría a Colombia para que transfieran esa experiencia allá? Bueno, sí, en los sistemas de refrigeración en Suiza, las fuentes de energía renovable se utilizan sobre todo agua subterránea o agua de los lagos, o también agua residual se utiliza. Y lo que Andrés Petre también nos dijo, o Antonia también lo mencionó, es posible utilizar calor para producir refrigeración o enfriamiento. Entonces, el calor de la incineración de residuos se puede utilizar para enfriamiento, sistemas de enfriamiento. Así que sí, es el caso. Se utiliza, por ejemplo, en Lugana, hay un sistema de agua del lago que se utiliza para refrigeración del Instituto Suizo de Tecnología, también aplicaciones o ejemplos similares con agua subterránea y también con agua residual. A veces es una combinación de calefacción y enfriamiento o refrigeración utilizando agua residual al mismo tiempo. Es un proyecto en Lucerna que está utilizando esta solución. Desde la perspectiva financiera, es muy interesante tener esta combinación de calefacción y refrigeración al mismo tiempo, porque uno puede vender más kilovatios por hora o ahorrar, hace que sea más atractivo para los inversionistas. Perdóname, esto también es una recomendación que le haría a Colombia, la parte tropical de Colombia, que es la mayoría de Colombia. No tienen estaciones, entonces la refrigeración se utiliza los 12 meses del año. Entonces, la economía debería ser muy fácil en Suiza, donde sí hay estaciones. Sí, así es, porque en Suiza uno necesita las dos, 1000 horas de refrigeración al año, una octava parte del año, es muy corto en el periodo de verano y el resto del año no necesita refrigeración. Y por otro lado, sí necesita calefacción durante casi todo el año, mucho menos en el tiempo de verano o en la primavera o en el otoño, pero sobre todo se utiliza calefacción en el invierno. Entonces tenemos una distribución que es muy diferente para calefacción y refrigeración. Entonces la diferencia en Colombia es bastante. Yo viví en Barranquilla, entonces sí conozco que es bastante caluroso, a 38 grados centígrados. Entonces uno necesita sobre todo acondicionamiento en las ciudades, climatización. Entonces es importante tener proyectos piloto de forma exitosa para poder, sí, comenzar con la evolución de los distritos térmicos y todo el sistema en Colombia. Sí, y tienen que planear todos los sistemas de con mucho cuidado para tener ejemplos exitosos. Porque si no planean bien, puede haber tensión en el sentido que no funcione a largo plazo. Si le entiendo bien, una de las ventajas de la energía renovable que está mencionando, que se utilizan en Suiza, también es que sean gratis o casi gratis. Depende. Por ejemplo, de las plantas de incineración de residuos, normalmente uno lo recibe a muy bajo costo, pero hay ejemplos utilizando agua residual, normalmente es gratis. Si uno utiliza agua residual para la calefacción o la refrigeración, si tienen agua subterránea o agua de lagos como fuente, uno tiene que pagar una concesión. Hay un costo de concesión al municipio, a la provincia, en Colombia sería el departamento. Entonces tienen que pagar algo, pero no es el costo principal del sistema de calefacción o enfriamiento. Hay que pagar algo por el uso de agua subterránea o agua de los lagos. Y de pronto también podemos mencionar brevemente la mezcla energética en la producción de calor en Suiza. Tenemos 77% de calor residual y calor renovable en la red de distrito térmico en Suiza. Tenemos más de 1000 redes distribuidas en todo Suiza y esa es la mezcla, 77% es renovable o de residual y el resto es combustibles fósiles, sobre todo gas natural. Es la estadística. Y de pronto en el invierno es 100% renovable, ¿correcto? Sí, sí, en el invierno uno tiene que cubrir los picos de consumo y también utilizamos la energía de combustibles fósiles para tener el respaldo. Por ejemplo, una bomba de calor grande, si no funciona durante algún tiempo, uno necesita tener una alternativa. Así que para esa situación, uno a menudo integra aún la energía de combustibles fósiles. Bien, tenemos una pregunta interesante del público y tiene que ver algo con lo que ya discutimos parcialmente y es la planeación urbana energética. ¿Qué tan importante es la planeación urbana energética desde el punto de vista de ustedes para implementar de forma exitosa los distritos térmicos? Entonces, entre 1 y 10, 1 es lo menos importante, 10 más importante. Una rápida calificación. Por lo menos 7 u 8, diría yo. Yo confirmo, sí, de acuerdo. 7. No te escuchamos, Antonio. Sí, ahora sí me escuchan. Sí. Yo diría incluso más, 8 o 9, porque si no hay planeación urbana para integrar en la infraestructura y en el desarrollo urbano, es imposible, es una gran barrera para un distrito térmico. Una respuesta muy clara, muchísimas gracias. Espero que este mensaje le haya llegado a Colombia. Muchas gracias. Ahora, Antonio Dicheca, tú estás trabajando en países cálidos, de clima cálido. Andrés Horny dice que hay una gran diferencia entre Suiza y Colombia. Entonces, la diferencia entre el Medio Oriente y Colombia, yo sé que hay diferencias con el problema de la humedad, pero la temperatura es bastante similar y la necesidad de proveer en refrigeración o enfriamiento todo el año es bastante similar a las condiciones de Colombia. ¿Tienen distritos en los que utilicen energías renovables para refrigeración en el Medio Oriente? ¿O aún todo está basado en combustibles fósiles? Y si hay una energía renovable que se utilice, ¿cuál es o cuáles son? ¿Y crees que esto se podría transferir directamente a Colombia o hay diferencias? Tú conoces bien a Colombia, yo sé. Sí, sí, muy buena pregunta. Sí me escuchan, ¿cierto? Sí, voy a tratar de responder con unos ejemplos. Tenemos ciertamente similitudes entre el Medio Oriente y Colombia, sobre todo en el clima, es bastante caliente. Ahora se fue el audio otra vez, se salió el móvil. ¿Ya estás de vuelta, creo? Sí, sí. Perdón, sí. Estaba diciendo que Colombia es muy similar, tiene muchas similitudes con el clima del Medio Oriente. Definitivamente hay cosas que podamos copiar. Por lo menos aquí la mezcla es, hay una mezcla de fósiles. La mayoría de la electricidad se produce con gas natural en el momento. Más y más renovables se integran en la red. Se fue otra vez el audio. Perdón, no te escuchamos, Antonio. No, creo que ya está de vuelta. Sí, se me perdió el audio. Sí, no te escucho. ¿Me escuchan? Sí, te escuchamos bien, sí. Desde los organizadores, ¿está bien así? Sí, me dicen por escrito, Antonio, continúa. ¿Puedo continuar donde estaba? Bien, básicamente, si miramos la integración de las energías renovables en el Medio Oriente, no tenemos muchos ejemplos. Lo único es el uso de enfriamiento, por lo menos del agua del mar, para, para aplicaciones de enfriamiento. Y esto se puede asimilar a una producción verde de enfriamiento, pero en lo que respecta a la integración de otras fuentes renovables que se han mencionado antes, no tenemos ningún ejemplo en el momento, pero no significa que esto no se vaya a explorar. Primero que todo, necesitamos incentivos para entregar las fuentes renovables, pero diría que también es un desarrollo natural del mercado. Cuando vemos el enfriamiento, miramos el patrón de la demanda, cumple correctamente, corresponde con la energía solar. Entonces, cuando tenemos un pico con la energía solar, básicamente tenemos más o menos como al mediodía en el verano, también en el invierno, de cualquier forma, porque aquí la necesidad de enfriamiento es durante, o de aire acondicionado es durante el verano y durante el invierno. Tenemos el mismo patrón para las demandas o la demanda de calefacción. Cuando cumple el mismo pico y se puede prever así para los distritos térmicos, porque evita el problema de cómo hacer cumplir, cómo hacer que corresponda la demanda y el suministro. en las horas pico. Así que esto es algo que es de mucho interés para explorar, y si lo traemos con el tema del almacenamiento, nos permite tener menores costos, sobre todo en el periodo donde el pico de electricidad es bajo. Esto nos va a animar también la integración de otras fuentes en renovables al sistema, porque hace que los sistemas sean más flexibles para almacenar la energía en la noche y tenerla parcialmente para cumplir con las altas demandas en las horas pico, eh, gracias a la energía eólica o solar. Así que es un punto de vista interesante, y diría que otro incentivo podría ser o considerarse es la integración de electricidad para distinguir entre las horas pico y no pico, para distinguir en la integración en esos momentos de nuevas fuentes renovables, y también aprovechar el almacenamiento. Sí, creo que mencionaste unos puntos importantes. Entonces, la coherencia entre la parte fotovoltaica y el enfriamiento, estoy de acuerdo contigo que es un punto muy importante, y Colombia también tiene muchos de lo mismo, lo pueden utilizar. Condiciones similares, estoy convencido que el almacenamiento en combinación con las energías renovables intermitentes es un pilar importante. Así que, Andreas, Peter, allá donde están en Basilea, ¿ustedes utilizan almacenamiento o se planea utilizar almacenamiento en las redes energéticas o distritos térmicos? Sí, utilizamos almacenamiento. Yo tendría que confirmar lo que dijo Antonio, la diferencia entre los países cálidos o trópicos y los países fríos en el sistema, la influencia en la red. Creo que es la gran diferencia que vemos en la demanda y la oferta o el suministro de energía. Entonces, hablando de la energía que podemos obtener, energía solar, porque el almacenamiento durante las estaciones es mucho más difícil que, sobre todo en el día, y tratamos de hacer un almacenamiento en el día en los sistemas térmicos, pero los sistemas no siempre se comportan igual. Es bastante difícil, sobre todo en la época de invierno, y es costoso y necesita mucho más espacio. Pero sí, hace al menos almacenamiento en los sistemas. Tenemos uno semanal que estamos planeando, pero nuestro almacenamiento estacional no es muy realista. ¿Y cómo se dan cuenta, cómo lo realizan? ¿Es en hielo o cómo es? En el momento es agua. En este momento tenemos un proyecto de investigación para otros medios como hielo o sal, pero para almacenamientos pico en el momento es agua. Andrés Hurney, para tener una mirada más amplia en Suiza y hablando del tema de almacenamiento, ¿qué sistemas de almacenamiento conoces y qué tipo de medios utilizan? Creo que el 98% es agua, e incluso 99% es agua. Y el 1% son proyectos de investigación o proyectos piloto de Empire u otras universidades. Bien, y una de las diferencias entre las soluciones individuales y los distritos térmicos es que los distritos térmicos tienen un costo de inversión más alto al inicio y costos menores durante la operación. Y esto para un país como Suiza, que es muy estable y tiene un largo historial de ambiente estable, es mucho más fácil para digerir que en Colombia, que es un país con mucho más otro tipo de perfil, por así decirlo. Entonces, Andreas Hurney, ¿Estás de acuerdo con esa afirmación? Y si es así, ¿cómo te aseguras, eh, eh, cómo pueden hacer esta inversión para darse cuenta de la inversión y qué recomendarías a Colombia para que tengan las mismas condiciones, el marco de condiciones? Creo que en un punto importante son los subsidios de diferentes niveles, del estatal, provincial, municipal. También existen fundaciones que dan dinero a los sistemas de distritos térmicos con energías renovables. Esto ayuda mucho a convencer a los inversionistas a que inviertan en los sistemas de distritos térmicos. Me parece que ese es un punto muy importante en este tema. Por otro lado, también necesitamos contratos a largo plazo con los clientes, a largo término, normalmente 20 o 30 años de ser posible. Así que es relevante tener contratos a largo plazo. Ese es el otro punto que les puede dar cierta garantía para invertir. Sí, tener ese tipo de certeza para que puedan recuperar su dinero, su inversión. Por otro lado, si hay pocos inversionistas que quieran invertir en proyectos a largo plazo, ese es el otro lado de la moneda. Normalmente, a nivel estatal, provincial, es posible utilizar estos recursos durante un mayor periodo, pero los inversionistas privados, los bancos, normalmente tienen unos plazos más cortos, digamos, calculan a 4 o 5 años. A veces, si uno está de buenas, 8 años. Sería ideal entonces tener unos contratos a largo plazo, a más largo plazo, pero no siempre es el caso. Pero eso ayudaría bastante para distribuir la alta inversión al inicio en un periodo de tiempo más prolongado. Andrés Peter, me parece que un contrato a largo plazo sí es útil, no hay duda, para hacer que un proyecto sea bancable, pero desde mi experiencia, una vez que el cliente se conecta a un distrito térmico, nunca se devuelve a la solución individual. ¿Tú compartirías esta experiencia o no? Sí, sí, definitivamente la comparto. Tenemos ambas situaciones, tenemos contratos a largo plazo, a 20 años o 15 años, pero también tenemos clientes que están en los sistemas de calefacción en distritos térmicos que pueden salirse en cualquier momento, pero generalmente no es el caso. Una vez que están conectados, se quedan. Puedo confirmar eso. Bien, Antonio, veo que asientas con la cabeza, entonces estás de acuerdo sobre este tema. ¿Cómo financian en el Medio Oriente? Bueno, creo que no es un mundo muy seguro tampoco, entonces, ¿cómo financian los distritos térmicos en el Medio Oriente? Yo diría que esto es exactamente la razón por la que muchos inversionistas están interesados en los distritos térmicos, sobre todo en la región, porque estoy de acuerdo con lo que se ha dicho, lo que dijeron los Andreas, de que los bancos no están dispuestos o los inversionistas normalmente privados quieren tener su inversión a corto plazo, pero mira qué tipo de inversión podemos hacer, ya sea que sea de mucho riesgo, de alto riesgo, o una inversión bastante estable y tratamos de entender alguna situación híbrida. Diría que los distritos térmicos tienen esta posición híbrida porque tenemos contratos a largo plazo que nos asegura como una seguridad para el inversionista, pero también tenemos una visibilidad muy clara de que creemos que le estamos entregando, porque esto depende de los sistemas que estemos implementando en el modelo de negocio. Si construimos el sistema de forma que atraiga y que justifique la alta inversión, podemos justificar también los bancos y préstamos por un periodo más largo porque todo está muy claro. tenemos como una compensación entre los ingresos y los gastos. Esto justifica la combinación. También quiero agregar a que aquí en el Medio Oriente el modelo de negocio es un poquito diferente de lo que hemos visto en Europa. Aquí en el Medio Oriente la mayoría de los contratos de distritos térmicos se basan en la tasa, en una tasa, la mayoría de VIPTA, lo cual incentiva los inversionistas privados para que estén presentes en este mercado. Y sí, estoy totalmente de acuerdo sobre esta afirmación, lo que dijo Andreas. También la garantía que la tiene que dar quien asume el riesgo, porque para nosotros tenemos que tener una, digamos, una inversionista que él pueda tener confianza, crear confianza para el inversionista. Hay una pregunta del público para todos ustedes. ¿Deberíamos utilizar hidrógeno en los distritos térmicos? Yo tengo mi propia opinión, pero quiero que ustedes primero comiencen sobre el tema. ¿Quién quiere, quién levanta la mano? Por favor. Si quieren producir hidrógeno, necesitan por lo menos 3 o 4 kilovatios por hora para producir un kilovatio hora de hidrógeno. Entonces, no es no es que tenga mucha eficiencia energética. De pronto, en un país donde tengan mucho sol, la situación puede ser diferente. Pero aquí en Europa, de verdad que no es un buen modelo de negocio. Creo que en Suiza, económicamente no es viable. Solo es viable cuando uno tiene un superávit, una producción de energía, un superávit en la producción de energía. Si tienen energía eólica o planta fotovoltaica, entonces sí tienen, a veces tienen superávit, y esos superávits se pueden utilizar para producir hidrógeno. Ahí vería la viabilidad, la factibilidad, pero no en un país como Suiza, porque sería demasiado costoso. Ese es el otro punto, es muy costoso y creo que va a seguir siendo costoso durante mucho tiempo más. Desde la perspectiva internacional, una oración, máximo 2. Sí, una oración. Estamos hablando de hidrógeno como parte de un derivado de un proceso industrial, entonces sí sería un recurso que se pueda utilizar, pero si tenemos que producir hidrógeno en el sitio, estoy de acuerdo en lo que dice Andreas, no es viable económicamente hablando. Siempre es importante hablar que el hidrógeno es una batería como cualquier otra batería, entonces no es una fuente de energía primaria, primero que todo, y en segundo lugar, tiene que ser hidrógeno verde que se produzca de energía renovable y luego se requiere mucho sol, lo cual para que pueda hacer que funcione. Y creo que deberíamos utilizar en la movilidad y no en la calefacción. También, sí, buen punto. Bien, entonces estamos llegando al final del panel y me gustaría hacer una última ronda rápida con ustedes todos. ¿Por qué creen que deberíamos realizar o hacer distritos térmicos desde su punto de vista? ¿Cuál es el ingrediente más importante para el futuro éxito de los distritos térmicos? Andreas Peter, comencemos contigo. Creo que a largo plazo los distritos térmicos pueden ser muy eficientes y pueden ayudar a reducir el dióxido de carbono. Antonio, sí tiene sentido definitivamente cuando podemos satisfacer las necesidades o condiciones que discutimos al inicio, pero tenemos que aplicar estas soluciones cuando tenga sentido. No podemos desarrollarlo más o forzarlo. Entonces, alta densidad es muy importante. Una planeación urbana clara, involucramiento del gobierno o el municipio para que el sistema pueda funcionar. tener buenos inversionistas que den los fondos que se requieren para el modelo. Todos son ingredientes importantes para tener éxito, claro, con algún marco de política que incentive toda la maquinaria hacia la sostenibilidad y las metas de carbono, neutralidad en carbono. Andreas Hurney, yo estoy de acuerdo con lo que dice Antonio. Es muy importante aplicar los distritos térmicos en áreas de mucha densidad de población. Si no hay suficiente densidad de la demanda de calefacción o enfriamiento, no será viable económicamente hablando. Y por fuera de las áreas pobladas, uno necesita soluciones individuales o tal vez distritos térmicos muy pequeños para áreas pequeñas, que a veces, eso también a veces podría funcionar, pero tendría que tener una combinación de distritos térmicos en unas partes de la ciudad y soluciones individuales en el resto de la ciudad o del municipio. Bien, muchísimas gracias. De pronto pueda agregar un punto más de mi parte. El cambio climático está favoreciendo a los distritos térmicos. Yo creo que el enfriamiento se hará más interesante en el futuro porque los tiempos cuando los necesitamos son mayores, más largos y más largos. Y esto desde el punto de vista de la inversión y también un punto a tener en cuenta, ¿no? El enfriamiento. Bueno, creo que hay preguntas adicionales, pero lo siento, se nos acabó el tiempo. Entonces, gracias a todos ustedes. Me parece que fue un panel bastante interesante. No hubo contradicciones, creo que todos estábamos pensando en la misma dirección, pero espero que podamos haberles dado instrucciones o una dirección hacia los panelistas, perdón, hacia los participantes de los que nos acompañaron. De nuevo, gracias a los 3 panelistas y a los organizadores. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias.
Thank you, Thomas. And thank you all to all the panelists, the international experts for sharing their knowledge and experience in different districts, energy districts. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you, Antonio and Thomas, for being in this Congress. All right. Let's continue. Traditionally, energy sources for the energy districts have been gas and electricity, but just as like we heard in the previous panel, the new generation of energy districts has focused on in the non-conventional sources to systems such as solar energy, residual heat, and biomass. So this is a, a field that has great potential to be developed. So now we're going to listen to 2 experiences of alternative uses for thermal districts in Colombia. In the end, both interventions, we're going to have space to answer questions that you send us through the chat. So we're going to welcome Cesar Millán and Francisco from SP, and they'll tell us about the experiences on thermal experiences to improve a thermal district in Villavicencio. Cesar Millán is a mechanical engineer. He's a specialist from the Santander University. Over 15 years in the energy industry, and right now he's the technical sub-director of Llanogas S.A. that they provide residential natural gas in the Orinoco region. And he's a leader of the energy district Potenza, called Potenza in Villavicencio. We also have Francisco Navas. He's a mechanical engineer from Andes University. He's a specialist and magister in energy management from Atlántico University. Over 5 years in energy efficiency projects for the industrial sector. He's currently the leader of research and development in Llanogas S.A. and he coordinates the Energy District Potenza in Villavicencio. So we'd like to thank these two the company Llano Gas with these two presenters. This focuses on Colombian experiences, the use of geothermics to improve efficiency of a cooling district. So Cesar Millán and Francisco Navas, you have the floor. Good morning. Good morning, Laura. So I'll leave you here so that you can share these great experiences that probably Llano Gas has to share with us. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to Llano Gas, and I'd like to congratulate you on this great event. There have been very interesting talks. Okay, we have this conference about geothermics to improve energy districts efficiency. So Francisco Navas, he is the specialist in energy efficiency, and he's the magister as well. He's our leader in research and development at Llano Gas, and he's part of the technical table to design and implement the thermal district. So this is Cesar Millán, a mechanical engineer, a specialist and 15 years experience, and I'm the deputy director in Llano Gas. Llano Gas distributes gas in the Orinoco region in Colombia. Well, to start talking about geothermics, I'd like to tell you what, tell us about I'd like to tell you about the energy district in Llano Gas. So we have 387 tons and the capacity to go to 516 tons and electrical capacity of 328 kilowatts, and we could go up to 492 kilowatts. So we can see here in the picture, we can see the location of the 10th floor of the business center where we are going to develop our energy district. This is the possibility of connecting extramural or external clients. We have an absorption chiller and the possibility of having a second absorption chiller, 2 electrical chillers, 4 cooling towers, an electrical room, and you see the 2 micro turbines. Well, you can't really see the micro turbines, but they're right behind here. We also have thermal storing with an initial capacity of 1,000 tons at 12 Fahrenheit degrees and the possibility to go to 1,500 tons and a delta T of 18 Fahrenheit degrees. So we do this depending on the needs that we have in the future, and we have the mix of water and glycol. So we have geothermics that is the space as a potential source of energy. So that we have our anchor client, the business center, and Potenza businesses, and potential clients, hospitals and universities. We're going to see this later. So we need to see the technical characteristics with the residual heat, energy production, and we have here 264 towns. This uses underground water for the condensation system. We have the possibility of being invited by the Ministry of Environment. And Villavicencio was chosen as one of the cities with the great potential to develop a thermal district or an energy district. The first study was phase 1. We had a technical study in those areas to develop it, and the potential area is the central area in Villavicencio. There were 9 to 10 potential clients, the mayor's office, universities, the governor's office, the General Attorney's Office. And in that sense, I mean, that study conducted by Inicio, they they saw the potential. In item 5.3, they have geothermal energy system with underground elements. So in Villavicencio, we have high levels of precipitation. We have water excess in the area. However, there is something that is part of the study when conducting. There was no enough technical information to conclude that we could take advantage of it. So we see here a map, one part of the Colombia map, but there is this is Villavicencio area, and this is IDEAM's picture. So Meta and Villavicencio have underground water that it's great amounts. In this study by Inicio, they gave the possibility of using the geothermal wells. So there is a in a heat exchange with underground layers. So injecting hot water and getting room temperature water. Now, after this study, Llanogas and Potenza from the group, from the business group, they conduct, they're building they're building it right now. And Llano Gas starts with the conceptual phase and the basic engineering phase to be able to confirm a technical and financial feasibility for this energy district. And this is along with the Ministry of Environment and Colombia Phase 2. The idea is to use resources for characterization study. This activity started in 2020 and it's being conducted in 2021. Reference terms, scope, and 2021 we are executing. So what was the objective proposed for this technical study? So we had the forecast and characterization for water resource in Villavicencio, their potential and integration. We have finished two phases: permit, forecast, and water resource exploration. We also built the deep well. The next stage that is undergoing is system design, and then the last one will be lessons learned. It's very important for us for this information that we collect from this study can be used not only for us but for all district or this geothermal use. This is absolutely important for, and it's part of the deliverables. Stakeholders: SECO, the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, ONUDI, the United Nations, UNIDO, Aqualogs. I thank UNIDO so much for this. Llanogas as the developer of the energy district, Potenza, the business center, and we have been able to have that intervention within the center, and Cormacarena as the leading company in the region related to environmental matters, and we are going to develop the license to be able to have this use. The location, like I told you a few minutes ago, that is called in Low Barzal in Villavicencio, the Potenza Business Center. Well, thank you so much for this space. We wanted to introduce to you the preliminary results of the hydrogeological characterization study. So we started with the hydrogeological mediums, and Aqualogs is the delegated firm to conduct these activities. And there was an inventory conducted of those wells in the influence area. You see the yellow, I'm sorry, the blue one right here. So that is the Potenza business center, and we have dwells. Some of them have consumption, some of them don't. Then we had a vertical electrical um, a study to know whether there was water in the radius. So what we do in this is to ratify where there is this potential, and we confirm that there is underground water. So with this, we built the well. We started with the perforation with Macarena, and there were two perforations. One first one was 6 inches, then uh, and then we wanted to know what was there in subsoil. So there were borehole tests, and we tested subsoil resistance, and as you drilled there were cuts, and we have here a replicate of what those cuts were depending on how deep it was, what materials we found to see if it was potential or not. And then there were 120 meters of perforation. So according to the analysis, and the points that we're interested are those sand, clays non-desired in this characterization study. So now when we continue, when we have the borehole, and we say, oh, okay, what are the conclusions? Well, we have a multi-layer aquifer. So in some layers, we have water, no water, potential, no potential, potential, no potential, in different levels, up to 90 meters. Conclude, it means that the consultant suggests that the that the well have the depth of 90 meters. they they say that the first levels, even if it's water potential, there is more flow, so they rather, and what we're going to take is the lower levels between 60 and lower to be able to capture it. And then this is categorized as a semi-confined aquifer, and the top layers, let's say they are dripping like you see it in this image, to different levels to get to our well. So this is the replication of these images. So this is where we want to have the filters so that water goes into the well. Here we see what it would look like based on this test and the analysis. So this would be the filtering, and these would be the filtering areas. Our well was 81 meters, and we have here steel tubing, and it would be 41 tubing, and we're talking about the tip, it would be 1.1 meters. So we have our well, it's been built. Now we have to characterize the water that I can get from it, keeping in mind several variables. First of all, for it to be self-sustainable, meaning that I'm not going to dry it because of getting so much water out of it. So Cormacarena, the environmental authority in Meta, they requested some tests, and we were able to confirm that through scatter pumping and having this model how to get that water that affected the surrounding areas to Potenza, so we can estimate the flow. The optimum flow would be 3 liters per second, 10 meters per hour. So the piping is in steel, but then we also have PVC 2 inches. So we have this 5 horse pump so that we can have the characterization and the hydraulic. So here we have the image as to what we want to have with this water. We're saying that the water is in basement number 3 of the business center, our anchor client, and we would take water to the cooling towers. So first of all, we'll say, okay, what is the first use that we can have? So we're going to take it to the cooling towers where we have peak demand of 3.82 cubic meters. And this is the consumption that it gives us the amount per day. And we see here, if you could see the project, this is the vehicle ramps that go to basement number 3, so that we have the neck for the for the well. So this is the way we are thinking how to take the water and the potential that we have there. Now, talking about potential uses. The first use, we said we need reposition. We need feeding water. So we are here. We need the feed water, and like Cesar said, so we have the cooling towers with the maximum capacity, and initially we'll have 3 cooling towers, and the feed water, we see that this is a potential that we can manage. So we require a flow of 3.82 cubic meters per hour, the peak hour, and we said, oh, okay, the well will be enough. However, thinking about, I mean, whether we're talking about condensation, why not replacing the whole condensation system in spite of the condensation flows like we have here on the bottom chart? So when we're talking about initial demand, 387 um, tons for cold, we need 184, um, uh, yeah, 268 cubic meters. We cannot have that. So we can have the feed water, but this is something that is discarded because of the well integrity. Our system considers that we are providing water 26.6 degrees. That's what we saw, and we can validate. And part of the study in energy efficiency is to see if this water provides a benefit for the whole system, for thermal load that requires the condensations that the condensation requires. So we know that feed water is very little, and it's an activity that is conducted specifically. And we believe that initially it will be a theoretical exercise because we wouldn't be able to account for the savings in terms of temperature. Now, here, looking at the challenges and opportunities of this first use is to be able to have the concession with Cormarcarena. So we suggested, and we talked about 3 liters per second, but that discretion by the corporation that gives the concession that amount of water. Other challenges because of corporation policies is difficult to authorize the use in the city, in the center part of the city. So it wouldn't be for domestic use. We will say it is industrial use because we have this technical process and we have an energy service for our clients. So those are the first challenges. We would have to have evaluations, collect all the information, explain our project. And for Cormacarena, it is very important to know where I'm going to get water from. So this is something that needs to be become aware in all the stakeholders. So there be evaporation. We would partially drain it. So it be in the sewage system in Villavicencio. Another challenge that we have is the chemical treatment. In the characterization tests that we have for water resource, we identified a little acidic pH. It has two implications. So one, we need to guarantee the integrity of this infrastructure of the steel tubing. There could be corrosion throughout time. So first of all, we would like to have a cathode projection so that we can have the integrity, and we see the access area is going to be very difficult to conduct maneuvers. However, we have all the logistics for the intervention and pH for and the use in the condensation systems. So iron is also there. I mean, it's a little bit higher. So talking about height to guarantee provision. So how are we going to get to the cooling towers? We have to define a tubing system. The advanced level in the works it needs to come to point. So one of the benefits of using the subsoil water is that we now depend on the Villavicencio aqueduct structure. As you will know, Villavicencio has had problems with the aqueduct and the provision, and we believe that this could be an exercise to reinforce and guarantee self-sufficiency for the project. We believe that the exercise will also be because of costs. The rate given by Cormacarena is more competitive if we connected it to them. So we would have both types of systems for backup. Option number two, as we mentioned, we thought the part of the study with the work table and with the United Nations, it was like what we expected was to be able to substitute the condensation system, like probably we're going to discuss in the following project. Unfortunately, the amount of water that we have is not enough for the condensation flow. So it's not only talking about the whole condensation system, but as we see the bottom chart, we don't have required water to provide. And second of all, with the consultant, and this is a preliminary result, so we're going to mature, and this is the exercise that is being executed, but aquifer, this acceptable capacity is not optimum. So we cannot inject water. First of all, where are we going to inject it? The idea be to provide it to the business center because it's ours. However, there could be a conflict and I cannot inject all the water that I extracted and then water is going to heat up. So if it's close to the subtraction point, as you see here on the image, we could have a short circuit. So that's why we are discarding this, but we have to have the modeling technical evaluation to support this exercise. So these are the conditions that we're reporting right now, and we want to have the exercise with this potential use. Let me give you the conclusions. Based on the characterization of the hydrogeological, meaning the bibliography, the borehole, our aquifer is a multi-layer. It is semi-confined in dimensions of this business center. So this is the study for all projects or those that are close to the project. Next, there was this well that was built for 81.2 meters, a diameter of 8 inches. It is equipped with the pumping system of 2 inches. Looking at the pumping tests and the long-term tests, 3 liters per second to 26.6 Celsius degrees. These are parameters, and probably that's the one that we need to confirm with the corporation. And finally, there is this first use for this AB to for feed water for the condensation system for our cooling towers. I really thank you for this time. I like to thank all stakeholders, all those who have participated, because this is a very enriching exercise. This is something new to us, something that we had to do on the sanitary emergency, uh, the logistics, and so on. So I want to thank Cristina, Ricardo, the United Nations for this study. Thank you so much. Thank you to our two panelists. As you know, we have questions, but we're going to have it after the next conference. So we're going to have the blog of, so thank you, Francisco, and thank you, Francisco and Cesar. In a few minutes, we'll see you again for the round of questions. Thank you so much. Thank you. We continue and we welcome Javier Pimienta. He is the General Director at San Francisco Investments. He'll tell us about the design for an energy district with heat exchange with the sea in Cartagena. He's a civil engineer from Andes University and has an MBA from Miami University. He is the president of San Francisco Investments, a company that develops San Francisco project located in Cartagena Historic Center. This is a high impact project that includes building San Francisco Energy District. So let's welcome Javier Pimienta with his conference, Thermal District with heat exchange with the sea. I suppose you are in Cartagena, beautiful sky. Thank you for being with us. Good morning, Laura. Thank you so much for the invitation. I, I am in Bogota, in cold Bogota. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I spend a lot of time in Cartagena. So, well, thank you so much for this space and for the possibility of telling about this very interesting project. San Francisco is the company that is in charge of building hotels, real estate projects with holistic approach. But because of the impact of these projects, we're very interested in all the initiatives related to climate change and obviously with the reduction of possible negative impacts that we might have. You already mentioned my experience. This is the context of San Francisco project. You see the works, the big works in, we have more than 1.5 hectares in right in downtown Cartagena. There are several pieces of real estate that are declared as patrimonial heritage of the nation. So we have San Francisco, we have the church, we have other buildings. We have the oldest covenant, they are the oldest one there. So this is a mixed project. It has cultural elements. As I said, the last convent is there, the monastery. So the energy district is a transition district. And because of the complexity of services in the project, we had this type of international level. We needed a comprehensive solution to improve reliability and would reduce carbon footprint in relation to the public network. As many of you know, the complexity of the system of electric service in Cartagena, and especially in the historical center, yeah, there is an obsolete infrastructure for electricity, and the size of transformers and substations that serve the historical center. So we thought it was very important to have our own solution that would limit these possible interruptions. And clearly the option of having this plant that was required to be able to make up for this public breach, let's say. This is combining heating power. So this is self-generation. It has 5 microturbines up to 1 mega, and it also includes frozen water. I mean, well, yeah, cold water, and it has an absorption chiller of 1,158 tons, and it generates 42% of cold need, and is complemented with a modular electrical chiller. It's a multi-stack type. This is recent in the country. And well, I like to tell you a little bit about the most important points, talking about the condensation system with the water in the bay. So we have about almost 4,000 gallons per minute. So this replaces the cooling tower system. So this is what the project, well, was about. So I didn't mention, but in the heat recovery system that provides needs of hot water in the hotel, but we also have this system that included in the project. We use water at a lower temperature than the residential consumption. So we have 4 energy products that would be would be delivered by the district to the hotel. Well, something that was interesting to Cristina in the ministry is this system, this um, seawater heat drain system. So we had dwells up to 120 meters. They were great underground water. So the capacity that the system needed was not to be provided only by seawater. So wanted to connect there. So that's why this option ended up being the preferred option, and that's the one we chose. So for us to have cooling towers, the patrimonial surrounding the cultural heritage was a problem, not only because of visual pollution that it could bring, but also because of noise, because these terraces are habitable um, terraces. They have bars, they have restaurants, pools. So to use these terraces for cooling towers would really have an impact. Additionally, as we said, we had the public utility networks, especially drinking water. Um, so we know that, well, the general, the drinking water is very, very limited to service. So it's to the point of its capacity, the limit. It's about to exceed the limit. So it was not acceptable for the condensation system to be able to use up to 40,000 cubic meters of drinking water per year. So what is the solution? You see it on the right, on the picture on the right. So this is the heat exchange system. They use seawater to cool their energy district, so there are no cooling towers needed and evaporation water consumption. So there is this high temperature. Let me talk about approximately 5 Celsius degrees within the parameters set by the law, which allows up to 6 Celsius degrees difference. The system is very simple. What's interesting about this system is that there was this reduction in capex and in addition opex related to feed water. So we have 3 exchangers. We have titanium plates, and we have 3 glass fiber pumps with a capacity of 3,940 gallons per minute. So we have a redundance of plus one. So we have a group of 2 plates and two pumps, so the system can work 100%. Well, here this image shows the path. The project is located, let's say, right here where the pointer is. That is where the energy district is, and we have 200 meters approximately, and we had to go through several ones, even cultural heritage, because the entrance to the bay is done through ruins of this real estate property that exists from the beginning of, sorry, for the end of 19th century. So we show here the location of the incoming point, the outgoing point, and these were based on rigorous studies conducted of water flow in this part of the bay. This is called Animas Bay, and the load is taken to this point, and there is this acceleration for the outgoing flow, and so that we can have faster certification and the no concentration water, which is relatively hot. So in addition, we use this strategy to take nearby water in the bay, so that is the lower temperature, and the exiting point is close to the surface where the temperature is higher. That's why the delta in relation to the exiting point is lower than the 5 Celsius degrees that I mentioned in the previous slide. What are the benefits? Well, it avoids using cooling towers. There is a useful area that is released, freed, and the cover, as you imagine, that is the most valuable area in the project. The surroundings that we have high value, I mean, real estate prices, and we eliminate vibrations, noise, and visual pollution. We eliminate consumption of feed water up to about 40,000 cubic meters per year. There are operation temperatures lower operation temperatures for better energy efficiency. And in addition to this, we wanted to go beyond, and we wanted to take advantage of this infrastructure so that we would have additional benefits in the bay. So in order to do so, we are installing solid collectors and filters in these valves in the pipelines so that we can clean in, even if it's in hot, right? So because of deposits in adequate places. And something that we have been studying in the past months is to install this air system. So in the exiting point, and this would reduce the discharge temperature even more, and then oxygenation is increased, flow oxygenation towards the bay. I don't know if you've read some reports that show how lack of oxygen in Cartagena Bay is what's generating death, or yeah, death and impacts on fauna and flora in the bay. So this system with the capacity, the pumping capacity that we have, could generate important benefits there as well in the bay. So in general terms, this is our project. We are in the process of building the energy district, the equipment, the absorption chiller. This is a customized piece of equipment. It took a long time to be built. It's about to get to Cartagena, and micro turbines, electrical chillers are about to get here, and they are purchased standard in a standard size. And next year, we're going to start installing the pieces of equipment so that at least in the first phase is energy generation, so that we start operations mid 2022. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you, Akaire, Sidare, and we are at your disposal for any questions you may have. Well, thank you so much, Javier, for being with us for this presentation. Success. We wish success. We hope to see it implemented soon. So if you please stay here with us, we're going to go a round of questions. And I'd like to invite Cesar and Francisco, who gave us the previous speech. Welcome back. And we are going to invite Julian Gonzalez. He is the consultant as well, so that he leads this segment. Good morning, Julian. This space is for you. Thank you, Laura. Good morning, everyone. Javier, Francisco, and Cesar, good morning. It is a pleasure to be talking about energy districts, and especially the use of water as renewable energy in our projects in the city of Cartagena and Villavicencio. So for us, it is very important to see those decisions and measures you have taken in relation to geothermal use. I mean, especially there in Cartagena, Villavicencio as well. So the main thing, or the first thing that comes to mind, those who are interested in these types of developments, is this question that comes to our pocket. Let's talk about the percentage of decrease of underground water in Villavicencio, or seawater in the case of Cartagena, when we have a cooling district system probably we can start with Cesar. If you, in Francisco, please, the percentage of reduction. I'd like, Javier, you like to start? Javier, yes, whoever, no problem. Can you repeat the question, Julian? Percentage of reduction in terms of money, right? By using seawater in San Francisco project. Energy system functioning costs. We conducted initial analysis and just the feed water was around 400 million pesos per year, talking about in the maximum capacity. Obviously, this number could change, but I believe that this represents a very important or interesting number. And like we mentioned in the presentation, we have additional advantages. We have these profitable like areas like the cooling towers. So that represents low cost in relation to the total cost. And I mean, these are important resources anyway. So Francisco, let's talk about underground water. The rate has a substantial reduction, about 70% in the rate. But we have the expectation as concession costs. This is a percentage of project infrastructure. So up to this date, we cannot to this date, we cannot confirm how much that would be, but the rate for another well that has been operating, it can be very competitive. So we're talking about 75% in relation to the rate that can be offered. So we need to keep in mind that the project could be discounted, or I mean, it's a proceedings that we are doing with some projects, district projects, so that 100% of the rate is not charged because the feed water has this great percentage in the operation. All right, let's continue with another question that we have. So they ask us about something very relevant, and this is what are the environmental effects that have been identified when using underground water or seawater? Javier, can you please tell us in this environmental analysis? I know you have been very good at this. Well, we aimed at mitigating that impact by when we used seawater, the general water body. This is something that has been regulated in the Colombian law. It has not been used. It has been used more in refineries and in other industrial processes. So not so much on systems like ours to transport condensation systems. So given the fact that this is a delta of about 5 degrees, Celsius degrees, this is not a very big impact. So the water is around, what would be like around 34 Celsius degrees per fraction. So
The strategy would be done in such a way that we see the difference in the flow, the natural flow, and depending on the circulation within the bay would be in charge of mitigating even more. We feel that this system could generate positive benefits, environmental positive benefits to the bay. And that was something that we were worried about, and we have tried to innovate. Thank you. Very important. Cesar, Or Francisco, what are the environmental effects that you've been able to identify in using that extracted water? Well, as we said, we don't think it's feasible that we can remove the water for that same purpose. It's part of the analysis we're doing to see that it's not possible to inject the water, and we don't think it's technically feasible. But we need to support it with numbers, with a modeling. That's why we have the expert consultant. The other thing is that the exercise when doing to exercise, it has a support with CAR. They do follow up. We run tests, pumping tests, to guarantee that we're not impacting the neighboring processes. We want to make sure of that the flow we suggest, according to the pumps, the liters per second, that will not affect the integrity of the infrastructure of the building nor the neighbors. And of course, the subsoil and the water resource, because we're not going to impact other wells that are nearby and they're being used. Make sure we're not impacting them. That's part of the analysis we want to conduct. We know we will not be injecting because we would be impacting the water resource that we could be using. Francisco, you mentioned an important point, and it's the institutions, the CAR, the Environmental Authority of the regions, where we have the energy districts. In the case of Cormacarena, the CAR in Villavicencio. And that brings me to a last question for Javier and Francisco. And it's, how do you see that interaction with the local governance bodies, also the local, not only local, but also regional authorities? It could be in Cartagena with the environmental authority. In the region, the integration in the regions where you are doing your products, your projects. I'm sorry, I did not hear. Can you repeat the question? Based on Francisco's comment about CAR, the environmental authority, and the case in Villavicencio in that city, what is the importance of that interaction with the environmental authority called CAR, and the local office, planning office, the governor's office, the mayor's office? That interaction with the authorities where you are conducting the project, especially where you're using resources. I think it's important to articulate with the authorities between the municipality and the environmental authority, especially because a lack of knowledge about the potential there is in the use of these alternate water sources, such as water, as part of these big projects that are changing the energy matrices in our country. Well, to us, it's been something complex. So we thank the support that we have received from the Ministry of Environment through the group of energy districts that Julian is part of. But I think we still do not see clearly what the final results are to do all these processes. As you know, not only it's the environmental concerns, but also the segments in public space, the fact that there's a port in Cartagena, they control everything that happens in Cartagena Bay. For example, the Cardique Authority, we have Ladimar, the Port Authority. So I think we still have a lot to do in our country. We need to create awareness. There should be knowledge because it seems like the legislation is there, but we don't enforce it. These initiatives are relatively new and they've only been used for big industrial projects. And of course, they generate other type of impact. Yes, it's a challenge and we should work together. Francisco, you want to add something? Yes, in Villavicencio, we've worked on that to socialize and engage the CAR, the Environmental Authority, in everything. The project came to the mayor's office and the Secretariat of Environment. It was the way to open the door for engaging these institutions. With the steering committee, I think it's easier to articulate and welcome the different parties. Yesterday, we presented the storage tank because it was use of public space. We didn't have enough space for that, but it's for efficient use of the public space and create an efficient use of the resources. So it's important to articulate with the other stakeholders. In the case of the well, from the beginning, we called the secretariat, but the competent authority is Cormacarena. In Villavicencio, we always use the different soils for domestic use, but we talked about energy efficiency. We need to explain that it's not to generate electricity. We all think that geothermal is to generate electricity, and it's also the knowledge. One of the takeaways of the consultancy is that we supply part of the thermal energy of the district. People don't understand what thermal energy is. Just to talk about the third party and the energy, there's an air conditioning system, is to engage them, to explain to them, and a step-by-step process. It's very important to fulfill their requirements, but they must understand the final use and they understand the benefit. Because they always ask, what is the environmental benefit? Well, we are consuming less energy. We're using the natural resources and we're maximizing them, having efficient and controlled use. That's part of what we have learned in this project. Thank you, Francisco, and the others. To close, nothing better than, as we've seen throughout these 3 days, the integration of the renewable energies into energy districts. There are long-term projects for many years, and in this energy transition where we all have to be participating, they become more and more important to look at these topics. I want to thank you for your time. We're going to go back with Laura, and we conclude this part. Well, thank you very much, Julian. I also want to thank the engineers, Francisco, Cesar, and the others. I want to thank the audience for their active participation, and we're going to welcome to take a short break. We'll be back at 11 in the morning to talk about the contributions of the academia to the development of energy districts. See you in a few minutes.
Hola, muy buenos días. Retomamos nuestro tercer.
Okay, we're back with the Third International Congress on Energy Districts. We will resume, and during this last part, we'll be talking about the contributions of the academia to development of energy districts. So, I welcome to listen to this talk, Evolution of a Refrigeration System at Texas University in Austin, given by Juan Ontiveros. He is Deputy President of Public Management and Energy at Austin University of Texas at Austin. At the end of the talk, there'll be time to answer all the questions you may have. Mr. Ontiveros has led the Public Utility Management Department and Energy Department at Texas University in different functions since 1997, which have led to his current position as Associate Deputy Principal responsible of the energy production, the university's plants, distribution of energy produced throughout the campus, and the purchased public utility management, including domestic water, sewage, rainwater sewage, and natural gas. Mr. Ontiveros are participating in the design and construction of engineering maintenance, project management, plant exploitation since 1973. At the end of the 80s, he started to focus more specifically in installation of facility maintenance, plant operations, master planning of public utilities, construction and negotiation of public utility fees. He's member of the board of directors and former chair of the International District Energy Association, IDEA. He has a BA and a master's in mechanical engineering from Texas University in El Paso, and he's a professional engineer authorized in Texas. So we welcome Mr. Olive Ontiveros with his talk. Welcome and good morning to you. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. I'm going to speak English so I don't make so many mistakes. I'm going to start. Can you see? Yes, we can see it. Maybe full screen? Voy a hablar de la evolución de nuestro sistema en el campus universitario. He estado en la universidad desde el 96. Entonces voy a entrar en el tema y voy a hablar acerca de el trasfondo, los antecedentes. Voy a tratar de hablar más despacio porque yo sé que van a estar traduciendo. De nuevo, los antecedentes del sistema, el tamaño, cómo funciona y hablar acerca de la evolución de nuestro sistema. Ha sido un esfuerzo de más de 25 años, no ha sido de un día para otro, nos ha requerido, tomado tiempo para llegar al punto en el que estamos y voy a hablar algunos de los principios, los pasos que hemos tomado en el diseño y para mejorar el sistema de refrigeración. Nuestro distrito térmico, como dije antes, tengo la responsabilidad de la energía y la calefacción del campus universitario, pero me voy a enfocar en el sistema de refrigeración. Quiero mostrarles algunos de los resultados de nuestros esfuerzos. Espero que esté funcionando bien. ¿Lo pueden ver? ¿Sí ven la imagen? El sistema consiste en varias jurisdicciones y dos tanques de 63,000 toneladas y tenemos más o menos casi 10 millones. La estación 3 son 3 chillers, casi 11,000 toneladas. La 4 son 3 chillers con 9,000 toneladas. La estación 5 es de 3 chillers con 13.000 toneladas, la siguiente es 15.000 toneladas y la estación 7 tiene 7 chillers, un total de 15.600 toneladas, más una bomba de calor de 600 toneladas. Está diseñada para dar agua caliente al distrito médico. El agua congelada se almacena en unos tanques. Perdón. ¿Me escucha? Sí. Vemos tu presentación, pero con el fondo negro. ¿La puede poner en modo presentación? Ahora sí. Nuestro sistema tiene 5 estaciones y 2 tanques. Lo pueden leer el listado de estaciones que tenemos y 2 tanques de almacenamiento. Son bastante grandes las estaciones centrales. Estas 17 o 18 chillers le dan servicio a todo el campus universitario. Voy a hablar cómo se configura el sistema. Este es un pantallazo del campus. Y nuestra planta de generación está justo en el centro del campus. Y tenemos 5 plantas de refrigeración que están distribuidas en todo el campus. Estas 5 plantas están conectadas, les mostraré más adelante. Y luego tenemos 2 tanques de almacenamiento. Podemos ver uno hacia la parte norte del campus y uno en la parte sur. Así que nuestro campus tiene más o menos 20 millones de pies cuadrados, 160 edificaciones, más o menos, y todos producimos nuestra propia energía. Toda la energía que producimos es de gas natural. Más o menos 3,9 millones de BTUs al año. Distribuimos mucha electricidad también, entonces como 38 millones de kilovatios hora al año. Así que nuestro sistema, este es un pantallazo de nuestro sistema de refrigeración. Las líneas moradas que ven son los sistemas internos. Y hay 5 las plantas en la estación 4, las estaciones centrales 3, 5, 7. 7 es la última, la estación central. Les voy a mostrar más adelante un video de cómo se ve la estación. Pero es un día más bien no tan caliente, 70 grados Fahrenheit. Estamos produciendo 60,000 toneladas, 10,000 kilovatios hora y 33,000 galones por minuto. Enfriamos las 24 horas del día todo el año, incluso en invierno tenemos una carga de refrigeración porque tenemos sistemas de computadores, laboratorios en todo el campus. Entonces, en este punto en particular, un total de kilovatio por tonelada por hora es 0,6. Podemos ver que hay unas grandes cajas, son las plantas de refrigeración. También vemos aquí en las cifras, vemos los delta P, son las presiones. Entonces describimos la estrategia y cómo producimos, porque producimos la energía en la planta de refrigeración y luego también distribuimos en los diferentes edificios. Todo esto combinado es lo que medimos. Aquí también vemos los totales del sistema. Los 2 tanques de almacenamiento en este momento no los estamos utilizando, pero podemos ver la sensación chiller. Tiene 66 pies por minuto. Son 110 tanques de 110, entonces 66 pies de agua y 67 pies de agua. 72 pies de agua. Bueno, esto es para darles un ejemplo. Nuestro enfriamiento o refrigeración es la mayor carga de consumo de electricidad. Vemos la hora pico, o el pico es 30,000 toneladas. Entonces tenemos que ponerle muchísima atención mejor a cómo hacemos la refrigeración. La refrigeración está entre 30 y 50% de la carga total en cualquier momento del año, entonces debemos ponerle mucha atención. Este es el historial de los kilovatios por hora totales desde el 2000 al 2010. Podemos ver que gradualmente hemos mejorado año tras año a través de diferentes estrategias, y voy a entrar en detalle en algunas de las estrategias que hemos adoptado. La mayor disminución fue en el 2009 y esto ocurrió cuando antes teníamos unos chillers con turbinas para hacer el enfriamiento. Lo habíamos heredado, eran viejas y ineficientes, entonces las cambiamos y las pusimos eléctricas y mejoró nuestra eficiencia, bastante nuestra eficiencia. De nuevo, comenzó a funcionar en el 2010. Para darles una idea, en el 2007 teníamos 45 toneladas de capacidad porque agregamos 15 toneladas de enfriadores eléctricos. Teníamos una nueva planta. Decidimos que íbamos a hacer una nueva planta FD, pero la intención era tratar de optimizar la planta, pero queríamos que al año eh, podríamos mejorar la operación, la eficiencia. Entonces, en el 2007 era 0,84, 15 millones de GSF en el campus. Iba a aumentar y estaba aumentando, o aumentaba en todo el tiempo que yo estaba. Y tenemos una mega MW59 y el pico era 29 toneladas. En 2008 comenzamos a optimizar la planta y básicamente voy a comentar más adelante y los principios de cómo lo hicimos. Pero al optimizar tenemos 45 toneladas por planta clase, que agregamos 1 millón de pies cuadrados al campus de nuevas edificaciones. Y luego, si hablamos del principio que aplicamos para optimizar, hay una relación de las RPM y la carga a la energía, y voy a escribir qué significa el lift o el levante en un momento. Entonces, las revoluciones por minuto de RPM la relación de poder es igual, o de potencia es igual al RPM dividida o por RPM al cubo. Y la presión diferencial tiene que ver con la velocidad de P cuadrada. Entonces, si podemos reducir la velocidad en el chiller de 2000 a 4000, y es un chiller de 1600 HP. Lo que pasa es que es súbico, lo reducimos 8 veces. Es un principio muy importante. Queremos que estén corriendo a carga parcial y carga total, y variando la velocidad. Esto nos produjo una mejora grandísima en las necesidades. Lift, o el alcance, o la subida es similar. Tenemos de 2P, dp2, y es la diferencia entre el agua congelada y la temperatura del condensador, del agua en el condensador. Entonces, si estamos a 80 psi y podemos bajar la velocidad, podemos llegar reduciendo a 20 psi. Es un cuarto de la presión. Por esto es que es un gran factor para reducir el consumo y mejorar la eficiencia. Voy a escribir más o menos cómo funciona. Tenemos una torre del agua y tenemos la temperatura que se le envía. Si estamos al 100% de carga, esto es la única forma de reducir el lift, es bajar la temperatura del agua de la torre y subir la temperatura de que está al otro extremo. Entonces, si tomamos o aumentamos la agua congelada a 46 grados, es 95%. Si llegamos al 95%, agarramos el 75% de la energía. Si tomamos y bajamos incluso más y aumentamos la de abajo, estamos a 21% del diseño del LIFT, solo 10% de la energía, porque es una relación. Es importante entender el principio. La otra parte de diseñar la planta de poder es que tenemos muchas opciones, hablando de cómo conectamos los chillers al sistema y cómo se conectan con las torres al sistema. Hay varias opciones que se pueden optar. Se puede diseñar un header, un cabezal, o tener tuberías dedicadas para cada sistema. También se puede hacer una variación primaria, secundaria, y también puede ser constante. En el agua condensada se puede hacer un flujo constante. Son las opciones. Entonces decidimos que la más eficiente era tener una primaria variable y un flujo variable. Esa es la forma en que lo íbamos a hacer. Entonces, el principio que comprendimos y lo aplicamos, el enfoque fue en esta nueva planta, es de 16,000. Está en medio de varias edificaciones. Este es el laboratorio de computadores y esta es la planta. La consecuencia entonces es que todo nos ayudaría, nos contribuiría. Son las torres de enfriamiento, las bombas, los chillers y las bombas de provisión de agua congelada. No vamos a utilizar bombas o válvulas de control para modular el flujo a través del chiller o el evaporador, porque ponemos una válvula, crea una restricción de flujo y se pierde la eficiencia. Así que solo vamos a utilizar las válvulas de control para modular el flujo entre las tres torres de enfriamiento. Eso nos ayuda a balancear. Fue una planta bastante desafiante para construirla aquí in situ. Uno de los desafíos que tuvimos es que la torre terminó siendo más pequeña de lo que queríamos, y más adelante voy a explicar el problema que nos creó. Así es como se ven los chillers. Hay 3 chillers, cada uno es de 5,000 toneladas. Este es el BFD, es 4160 con un motor grande. Es lo que pusimos en la planta. El concepto y lo que queríamos aprender es que, debido a que la torre es limitada, aunque es de 15,000 toneladas, una planta de 15,000 toneladas, solo podemos entregar 12,500 toneladas. porque había una limitante y también había problemas o no teníamos elección de dónde poner la planta, teníamos que ponerla en este punto en especial, en el campus, porque había restricciones de espacio. Entonces, el sistema es bastante antiguo, la tubería está como desde los 50s o 70s, y estas líneas en particular tenían restricciones, entonces nos creaba problemas. Queríamos es modular la velocidad de las bombas y la salida de la nueva estación de chilling de enfriamiento para controlar la presión. Entonces, si bombeamos, lo que aprendimos es que estábamos gastando más energía bombeando aguas, o sea, para salir del campus que utilizando lo que necesitábamos en los chillers. Teníamos que encontrar la forma de estrategia de resolver el dilema. Entonces decidimos que íbamos a reducir la presión del círculo del agua del enfriador. Había agua que salía, que entraba, y cuál era la diferencia de presión entre las dos. Queríamos reducir la presión porque queríamos reducir la energía requerida para el bombeo. Y la razón es que si tenemos una presión muy alta en el suministro, lo que termina sucediendo es que la válvula de control en los edificios no pueden sostener la presión. Si es muy alta, se levanta la válvula, entonces lo que termina es creando fallas y se está sobreenfriando en nuestro sistema. La forma en que lo configuramos es que tuvimos que recalentar con vapor y luego enfriar. Entonces tenemos un sistema en confrontación, calentándose y enfriándose. Entre mayor presión, pues, se enfría más, pero si no se calienta tanto, no hay que utilizar el vapor. Entonces, modulando este programa, el flujo de las bombas, etcétera, mejoramos los costos de mantenimiento, ajustando esa relación y qué tan a menudo se hacía el mantenimiento, y también regulando la carga, y así nos duraba más los elementos. Es otra ventaja. Básicamente, haciendo esto, uno mejora el desempeño de la planta y reduce los costos de bombeo. Y en últimas, damos un servicio y vendemos la electricidad, la refrigeración. Entonces tenemos ciertas tasas y podemos bajar las tasas correspondientemente, y le ahorramos dinero a la universidad. Entonces la energía que se paga, que me pagaban en energía, es dinero que puede utilizar de otra forma la universidad. Entonces pudimos reducir las tarifas, fue otro de los objetivos. Y lo que aprendimos durante el proceso es que estamos utilizando más energía para bombear que utilizamos en los chillers. Por esto es que teníamos que hacerlo, y la forma en que lo evaluamos es que tenemos un modelo hidráulico en tiempo real del campus. Lo que vemos aquí en las líneas en azul es el sistema y nos permite ver todas las condiciones. Podemos ver las presiones, flujos, y nos ayuda a identificar que aquí es donde las estaciones, la estación nueva se construyó. Y las líneas rojas nos dicen que tenemos un flujo alto, demasiado alto. Entonces restringe el flujo. Entonces tenemos un cuello de botella en el sistema. Entonces estábamos sobrebombeando al tratar de utilizar estas secciones, las estaciones de chiller. Entonces el objetivo era bajar la presión, y así lo hicimos. En un invierno decidimos hacerle una prueba de cuán bajo podíamos llevar la presión de bombeo, y comenzamos a mirar y bajar el delta P, un PSI por hora, más y más bajo. Cada hora lo bajamos y bajamos las PSI. Cuando nos dimos cuenta que llegamos a un 0 delta P, damos la presión de temperatura, y la de salida, la diferencia era 0, y nadie se quejó. No tuve ningún problema, no hubo ningún problema. Entonces nos demostró que teníamos una oportunidad bajando la presión, que sí había una oportunidad allí. Y el primer cuadro que ven del 2010, aprendimos que estábamos ahorrando, íbamos a ahorrar casi 9,000 galones por minuto, simplemente bajando la presión. Y el siguiente año volvemos a analizar los ahorros en el bombeo, en las bombas, en $200,000 en esos costos de energía en esos años. Entonces mostró que de verdad era una gran oportunidad. Recuerden, lo que dije es que tenemos mayor presión y las válvulas de control en la oficina del edificio no funcionan, entonces está muy frío el edificio. Bien, lo que terminó pasando es que finalmente uno utiliza esa agua, la vuelve a inyectar en la temperatura. En la tubería lo que ocurre es que tiene un delta T menor. Y si bajamos la presión, no se necesita tanta agua fría. Lo que vimos es que en el 2011 podemos ver que bajando la presión, esto sí mejoras, pero al bajar la presión vimos una reducción del 13%, 25% en el delta T. Si mejoramos el DT, mejoramos la efectividad del enfriador, del chiller, y en nuestro caso también significativamente mejoramos el desempeño de la torre de enfriamiento y de los tanques. Fue algo muy importante. Aquí está lo que pasó. También reseteando las temperaturas. La temperatura del condensador era 71 y la otra era 39. Entonces, 32 de diferencia. De 39 a 44 nos dio esta mejora del 18%. Decidimos hacer es simplemente comparar que en el pasado, históricamente, siempre habíamos dejado 39 grados, pero en invierno no necesitan 39, puede estar más caliente. Queríamos ajustar la temperatura de suministro según la temporada, la estación, y pudimos un ajuste en línea recta en nuestro sistema de control o el esquema de control basados en esta gráfica, como en este cálculo. Si había mucha humedad, necesitaba más agua fría en las clasificaciones porque tenemos más humedad. Es muy húmedo aquí en Austin, Texas. Si es invierno, no tenemos que enviar tanta agua del chiller. La podemos ajustar de nuevo, queremos reducir esa carga. Básicamente lo que hicimos es que utilizamos el modelo para decir, bueno, ¿dónde están los cuellos de botella? Y aprendimos que CS6 que estaba en el centro, queríamos utilizarla más porque era más eficiente la estación de enfriamiento y decidimos hacerlo así. Era de 15,000, solo podíamos hacer 12,600 debido a la torre, entonces lo llevamos a 2,500. Ese era el punto de configuración, comenzamos a bajarlo y lo que pasa es que utilizamos las otras estaciones CS para controlar el flujo. Eso controla la presión, las otras estaciones controlan el flujo. Básicamente la forma en que le dijimos a los operadores que arrancaran para los chillers y los despacharon basados en qué chiller estaba disponible, asegurar que está disponible y cuál tiene la mejor eficiencia. Despachamos, una vez se arrancan, entonces el sistema de control comienza a controlar la velocidad. Más adelante les voy a mostrar cómo funcionó. Simplemente haciendo eso, aprendimos que reduciendo el pico de enfriamiento en 3,000 toneladas y no tenemos que hacer recalentamiento porque no se había enfriado demasiado y se redujo por 30,000 libras a la hora. Entonces lo que estamos haciendo ahora es, así se ven las condiciones actuales. La presión de diferencia entre el suministro y el retorno es 8 psi en el pico del verano y es 2 psi en el invierno. No necesitamos tanta agua helada. Para darles la perspectiva, yo solía ver delta P de 70 psi. Entonces es gran la diferencia. Reducimos la energía de bombeo en 1500 HP, reduciendo la temperatura de 39 a 44. Llegamos a 0.72 a 0.63. Se vio inmediatamente. También decidimos que normalmente los tanques de almacenamiento se despachan según la hora del día, se entran en funcionamiento, se utilizan o se cargan los tanques en la noche, se utilizan durante el día. Normalmente según el tiempo, las horas de trabajo, porque tenemos el sistema de optimización, decidimos que queríamos hacerlo de forma dinámica. Mirar el tiempo exacto para cargar el tanque y el mejor tiempo exactamente para descargarlo. para descargar el tanque. Entonces teníamos un tanque que es primario y cuando se acababa poníamos a funcionar ese tanque secundario. Así es como está configurado el sistema. Haciendo esta estrategia, reducimos el pico del campo en bastante proporción. Y dijimos, bueno, vamos a producir energía, enfriamiento, calefacción. Hicimos un pronóstico, una regresión lineal del clima y las cargas durante 3 años y desarrollamos unas curvas de regresión. Básicamente podemos hacer un modelamiento, una proyección realista del clima, por lo menos para 3 horas, y utilizamos esa predictibilidad y así lo aplicamos para despachar las estaciones. En últimas, lo que esto ha creado hasta el momento, un ahorro de 29, casi 72,000 toneladas de reducción de la carga del sistema al año. Quiero mostrarles un video corto de nuestra estación CS7. Una de las grandes ventajas que encontramos, con el plan y la planta es que podíamos construir la planta que necesitábamos y la torre, y decidimos construirla con un enfoque de 5 grados, una torre más grande, y en la realidad hemos podido funcionar con un enfoque de 2 grados. Eso nos ha ayudado para mayor eficiencia. Bien, este cuadro nos muestra con mayor detalle el desempeño en el 2008, cuando la pusimos el CS6 y la CS7. La línea punteada que vemos es en el campus cuántas veces, cuánto estábamos enfriando y aumentaba. Aquí fue cuando se construyó la Escuela de Medicina, entonces hemos reducido a lo largo de los años el consumo. En 2019 tenemos como 5.99. Ese es el total, incluyendo torres, enfriadores, todo el campus. Si miramos el desempeño, la planta de enfriamiento, esto es toda la universidad, incluye electricidad, vapor y como 325.000 BTUs. Y el desempeño, aunque hemos aumentado el consumo de energía, estamos utilizando menos potencia para hacer ese enfriamiento, para realizar el enfriamiento. El siguiente cuadro es por pie cuadrado debido a la energía de todo el campus. Hemos reducido un 24% del consumo hasta el momento. La línea amarilla es la eficiencia total. Básicamente es kilovatios por hora, toneladas hora, y el vapor dividido por el consumo, o más bien el combustible. Podemos ver que hemos logrado concluir el año en una eficiencia del 19%. Hemos mejorado mucho la eficiencia y bajan los costos de energía bajan. Entonces, este periodo del 96 hemos ahorrado todas estas BTUs, 2.2 millones de toneladas métricas de CO2 que hemos podido compensar. Bueno, con gusto puedo responder preguntas. Thank you for your presentation. As you know, we have some QA time, and we're going to invite Rita Cristina to join us in the meeting. She's the director of the CIDARE Research Center. Welcome, Rita. Again, it's good to have you with us. I'm going to give you the time to have this question round with Juan Ontiveros. Muchísimas gracias, Laura, y muchas gracias al señor Ontiveros. De verdad es un gran placer el que nos acompañe nuevamente y comparta con nosotros su conocimiento y experiencia durante esta conferencia. Bien, es impresionante la presentación, simplemente ver cómo la eficiencia de este sistema tan grande se ha podido mejorar a lo largo de estos años. Bueno, tengo unas preguntas. Primero, ¿cuánto baja la temperatura en Texas en el invierno? El agua de la torre lo podemos bajar es 15 grados porque afecta a los chillers. Entonces, lo que hacemos, la forma en que está diseñado el sistema de optimización es que trabajamos con el fabricante del chiller y le decimos, bueno, ¿cuáles son los rangos, el máximo y el mínimo? ¿Por qué no queremos una temperatura que lo vaya a dañar? Entonces, lo podemos bajar a 58 grados. Entonces, cuando primero comenzamos a hacer esto, ninguno de los fabricantes de chillers queríamos que variáramos la temperatura. Nos dijeron, no se puede hacer, es imposible. Entonces tuvimos que luchar y pelear y finalmente sí lo conseguimos y pudimos bajar bastante la presión y bajarlo a 58 grados. Eso es una gran mejora y funcionó. Entonces, cuando tiene 58 grados y más alto a 44 grados. Subir la una y bajar la otra, bajar el agua de la torre. Genial. Bueno, ¿alguna vez han considerado hacer algún enfriamiento durante el invierno? Sí, interesante. No tenemos mucho invierno, no hay mucho invierno. Nuestro invierno son solo 3 meses. Entonces no tengo suficiente tiempo para poder pagar este enfriamiento gratis. El hecho que podemos bajar la temperatura de condensación y ajustarla a otra y ajustar los chillers, podemos producir agua helada en el invierno en 0.3 kilovatios por hora por tonelada. Es casi como gratis o libre y lo hacemos con enfriados, con chillers. Tuvimos un congelamiento en el último invierno y tuvimos un problema por eso y pudimos hacer funcionar, bueno, nunca perdimos la generación y estábamos haciendo funcionar todo el campus con 4.000 toneladas. Un chiller para toda la universidad. Entonces, podemos hacer de 30.000 toneladas o 35.000 toneladas hasta 4.000 toneladas. Y eso es debido a la habilidad de variar. Impresionante, de verdad. Vi que tienen 2 tanques de almacenamiento térmico grandísimos y utilizan agua helada. Otra posibilidad es utilizar hielo también. ¿Consideraron ambas opciones y cómo llegaron a escoger el agua helada en lugar de hielo? Sí, este es el punto. Para hacer hielo tienes que llegar a 32 grados, entonces no podemos utilizar los chillers. Esa es una parte. Queríamos poder apalancar lo que ya teníamos. Esa es la primera parte. La segunda parte es que para poner un chiller para fabricación de hielo, la eficiencia no es muy buena. Es que 1.2 kilovatios por tonelada. Entonces, si miramos la eficiencia potencial del fabricador de hielo, porque utilizan amonia, tiene mayor presión y tienen muchas más pérdidas y uso de energía. Entonces mis chillers están como 0.5. A largo plazo es más económico poner agua y no tener que reemplazar los chillers. Por eso es que decidimos tener los tanques. El otro punto a recordar es que mantenimiento es que los sistemas de fabricación de hielo y el agua, los sistemas de hielo son difíciles de manejar porque los chillers son más problemáticos en su uso, pueden ser un gran desafío, mientras que el agua helada es algo muy sencillo. Podemos pasarla por el tanque, no tenemos que evacuar. Entonces, no tenemos que preocuparnos por la congelación. Ninguna de las otras preocupaciones que tenemos, el agua helada fluye a través de los tanques. Gracias, señor Ontiveros. Tengo un par más de preguntas. Una de ellas es si la universidad tiene alguna certificación de energía. Sí, las certificaciones tienen la certificación LEED, pero nuestro sistema fue el primero en el mundo en una universidad para tener la certificación PIER. Entonces, el Consejo de Construcción de los Estados Unidos tiene lo que se llama el sistema PIER, PER, Performance, la P, desempeño, electricidad, electricidad y renovación, Electricity and Renewal, PER. Es un desafío grande como tener la certificación, depende de la confiabilidad, eficiencia, costo efectividad, mitigación de riesgos, es bastante complejo y estamos certificados en PPER, entonces cuando alguna edificación quiere tener la certificación PR o LEED, como que le dan 18 puntos. Si conviene nuestro sistema, entonces somos la primera universidad en el mundo de tener la certificación PER. Y el año pasado nos certificamos nuevamente y con platino, categoría platino. Impresionante, de verdad. He visto otras universidades que hacen como unas mejoras, pero esta de verdad es la más impresionante que haya visto alguna vez. Tengo otra pregunta. ¿Nos podría contar si consideraron relevante alguna situación de riesgo para las personas en la operación del sistema del distrito térmico, de pronto el uso de refrigerantes. Sí, buen punto. Todos los refrigerantes son 74A. Tenemos algo de 22 en dos chillers, pero sobre todo 134A. Una de las cosas, bueno, la seguridad es algo muy importante para mí, la seguridad de mi personal, la seguridad de los estudiantes. Así que sí, tenemos sistemas de refrigeración en cada una de las estaciones CS, entonces se monitorea si hay alguna fuga de refrigerante y está conectado al sistema que que monitorea las fugas. Automáticamente dispara una alarma, le avisa al operador que hay alguna fuga, porque uno de los problemas con los refrigerantes puede causar un ataque cardíaco. Es difícil de sentir, ¿no? Hay gente que puede causar un ataque cardíaco, entonces es muy importante asegurarse que haya seguridad. Entonces, afortunadamente, no, pero cuando se dispara el alarma, quiere decir que hay que cerrar todas las puertas de la estación y prender los ventiladores y ventilar el refrigerante a la atmósfera, de forma que el personal esté a salvo y podamos entrar a solucionar. Lo bueno es que nunca hemos tenido que utilizar, nunca hemos tenido ninguna fuga, porque la otra parte es que las personas tienen mucha conciencia, están muy conscientes, entonces andan con los sniffers manuales todos los días y tratan de encontrar fugas, esa inspección de fugas. Si hay alguna fuga, la mayoría de fugas son alguna acople que se aflojó algo, entonces la tratan de ubicar. La revisión es muy costosa, como tiene 70.000 libras de refrigerante, cuesta muchísimo dinero. Entonces, si hay alguna fuga, queremos identificarla porque se nos exige el Departamento de Regulación que reportemos cualquier fuga de refrigerante o pérdida de refrigerante, hay que reportarlo. Entonces, es parte de nuestra misión, ir con los sniffers manualmente, ubicar fugas, identificarlas. Es muy importante que tenga monitoreo de refrigerante en los sistemas de evacuación y en todas partes. Y asegurarse que no pongan una caldera en la misma planta, que esté separado, porque lo que ocurre es que cuando uno quema refrigerante se convierte en un gas venenoso, es muy venenoso. Y si uno quema refrigerante, se puede matar a alguien, uno no quiere. Entonces nuestras calderas, vimos algunas calderas en el video, están en salas separadas con sistemas de ventilación separados de forma que no están conectados. Bien, muchísimas gracias. Creo que tengo tiempo para otra pregunta más. Me preguntaba si involucran a los estudiantes de pronto de pregrado o de posgrado en estas mejoras que le hicieron a la planta y si esos resultados se han publicado en algún artículo. Sí, bueno, es muy difícil el involucrar. Tenemos mucha experiencia y tenemos muchos datos. Tenemos la historia. Recolectamos datos y van desde el 2006. Entonces, hemos trabajado y puedo decir que nos emocionan los datos, somos unos nerds de datos, entonces recolectamos y recolectamos datos y nos basamos en eso. Podemos meter todas estas cosas, pero si uno no sabe monitorear el desempeño, no va a mejorar, no va a saber si mejora o no. Entonces sí utilizamos estudiantes, pero típicamente los invitamos, los involucramos como aprendices del sistema que nos ayuden a hacer el análisis de datos, en esa parte de análisis de datos, pero es muy difícil involucrarlos por el tema de seguridad. Más allá, tenemos potencias de voltaje hasta 12.000 voltios y el vapor está a 600 grados en la planta, entonces hay preocupaciones de seguridad. Entonces nuestras personas son las que hacen todo el trabajo. Nosotros hacemos nuestro propio mantenimiento, operación. Entonces, en 45 años que yo he estado aquí, nunca he tenido un empleado que haya fallecido aquí en su trabajo y quiero más que las cosas sigan así, que nunca vaya a fallecer algún estudiante. Entonces, sí, trabajamos con algunos profesores, con estudiantes y hacemos proyectos, pero no la mejora. Él va a ser en el análisis. Bien. Creo que no hay más tiempo para preguntas, entonces muchísimas gracias, señor Ontiveros, por la charla tan interesante acerca de su universidad y las mejoras. Muchísimas gracias. Si alguien tiene más preguntas más adelante, aquí está mi dirección de correo electrónico. Me escriben, yo trato de responder. Claro que sí. Gracias. Gracias, Rita, por las preguntas y gracias nuevamente al ingeniero Juan Ontiveros. Estará con nosotros más adelante porque por ahora vamos a continuar con la premiación del segundo concurso universitario. The purpose of this award-winning ceremony is to propose studies between professionals, different disciplines to contribute to favor and strengthen the human capacities in the academia and contribute to maturing the market of energy districts in Colombia. During this year, we held the second university contest on energy districts in Colombia. And in this version, the objective was to design a business model to sell thermal energy in the framework of the regime of horizontal property applied to a case study in a city in Colombia. Now, to begin this award-winning ceremony or award ceremony of the university contest, I'm going to invite back Mr. Juan Ontiveros. He's member of the BOD of International District Energy Association, IDEAI. Juan, welcome back. So it's you who opens this award ceremony. Voy a decirlo en inglés para no equivocarme. Yo puedo escuchar las preguntas en español, pero voy a decir en inglés. Tú, el presidente, representante Robert Button, el representante de IDEA. Soy el antiguo director de IDEA y tuve el placer de asistir y participar en lo que creo que es la primera competencia, el primer concurso hace unos años. IDEA ha apoyado la innovación que tiene Colombia en la industria de distritos térmicos y durante muchos años. Y hemos tenido, y creo que hay más personas, van a estar en la siguiente conferencia. Eso me alegra mucho. Entonces, hablando de la asociación IDEA, es una organización sin ánimo de lucro, una asociación de la industria, fue fundada en los Estados Unidos en 1909 y miraba la calefacción, sistemas de calefacción, y representa 2.500 miembros en más de 25 países del mundo en los sistemas de distritos térmicos, en toda la industria relacionada. Tenemos muchísima experiencia en redes confiables térmicas, combinando almacenamiento térmico, gestión de optimización energética y la reducción de emisiones, soluciones sostenibles para mercados críticos. Entonces, los miembros de IDEA también operan y dan servicios de tecnología a los sistemas de distritos térmicos, ya sea vapor, calefacción, refrigeración, otros servicios para muchas edificaciones en el mundo. Pero Roberto Leal era parte de los jueces, trabajaba conmigo y tiene muchas responsabilidades en los sistemas en los que trabajamos. Entonces le pedí, ¿cuál es el mejor trabajo de la competencia? Y básicamente lo que me dijo es que la organización del concurso se desarrolló con transparencia. Eso me impresionó. También nos dio un entendimiento muy claro de los entregables de la competencia y también del concurso y los criterios. También me dijo que cada presentación del concurso incluía, en este caso, los supuestos técnicos, los cálculos, el retorno sobre la inversión y la diversidad del equipo que se representaba. Las presentaciones también consideraban la habilidad la escalabilidad, innovación y las tecnologías innovadoras para darle apoyo a los distritos térmicos. Muy impresionante y lo más importante, mucha ingeniería y mucho ingenio que se demostrara y que también nos dará perspectivas frescas de los estudiantes y diseminar de qué se tratan los distritos térmicos. Es parte de nuestra cultura el mejorar y tratar de cumplir, entregar los servicios que, cumplir con los servicios que entregamos. Así que es impresionante lo que están haciendo con el concurso. De hecho, nos, nos lamentamos decir que nosotros no estamos haciendo lo que ustedes están haciendo, la forma en que reúnen a los estudiantes, que reúnen la academia, los involucran en el proceso para tratar de mejorar. Nosotros deberíamos estar hacer eso, deberíamos estar haciendo eso en Estados Unidos, entonces lo aplaudimos y me alegra mucho que lo estén haciendo y también me alegra que nos hayan invitado y espero ver las presentaciones. We're so happy that you have joined. Thank you very much for your kind words, Juan. It's a great pleasure to have you with us and precisely to kick off this segment of presentation from the academic portion. Thank you for sharing. We know you're an expert in everything about design, building, engineering, maintenance, and of course, the management of different projects. So it's been a great pleasure to have you with us in this Congress and to open the official opening of this segment that we have to grant the awards. It's been my pleasure. Okay, now we welcome Engineer Cristina Mariaca. She is the National Technical Coordinator of Project Management of Energy Districts in Colombia. Let's welcome Cristina. Hello, Cristina, and welcome. How are you today? Very good morning, everyone. I want to greet the audience. Good morning, Juan. It's good to see you here. Have you with us in this new version of the Congress and also as a representative of this university contest. Yeah, good to see you. Just as you said, I thank you very much for your kind words. We found in this university contest a great opportunity to integrate the knowledge on energy districts in the academia, not only from the technical viewpoint this time, but we wanted to integrate other areas, other disciplines, so that we can expand that knowledge and the strengthening of knowledge on energy districts. There's no doubt the academia is a very important engine or driver to promote energy districts in the country. And as you said in your presentation, and you just said it in general terms throughout the world, because not only are these knowledge strengthening centers, but these are research centers where there may be new ideas, where we can get new progress, new breakthroughs to make sure these infrastructures can actually achieve energy efficiency measures and the environmental measures we seek. So it's a great pleasure and big support that IDEA joins us, International District Energy Association. Thank you for joining us. We want to continue strengthening our relation and have your support. We see how much it's grown from the first contest and the second contest, the greater increase from universities, students, professors, and in this case, we integrate a case that had a real base, and then we began to generate important communication with the private sector. So university contest on energy districts has consolidated as a driver of research, a way to strengthen knowledge, and now it's a bridge between the academia and the private sector. Again, I want to thank you, Juan, Robert, and all the IDEA team for your support. And so we move on to talk to universities who have so brilliantly and committedly uh, given all their efforts to submit their proposals. And for our project, all the participating universities have already received merit and they're all award winners in the sense that they've made progress more than others in this area of energy districts, and they've been able to contribute. Yeah, in their graduate level, they have increased the knowledge on energy districts. Once again, IDEA, thank you. And the main characters today are the Columbia universities that participated in this contest. Great pleasure. We will continue to participate with you. Thank you. He had some physical problems now. That's why he suggested that I would be in charge, that I would talk to you. Thank you, Juan. And we know that all IDEA has given all their support to this contest in Colombia. I hope you continue to grow, and we don't doubt your support. The International Development of Energy Association. Thank you, Juan, and thank you, Engineer Cristina Mariaca. Next, we will welcome and pass on the floor to Engineer Rita Cristina Jaramillo, the Director of the Research Center, CIDARE. Welcome, Rita. Thank you, Laura. I'll be very brief to go with the universities. I like to start again expressing my thanks to International District Energy Association for all the support that you've given us in holding this contest. And we're going to go with the awards. Also, the work from engineer Roberto as an evaluator. I feel very proud of all the universities in Colombia, especially after listening to the viewpoints from Juan and our contest, the university contest.
Well, this is what I had said yesterday, that I really believe in talent, Colombians' talent, and that there is this great possibility from the academia to contribute to the development of energy districts in Colombia. I'd like to express my thanks and my congratulations to all universities which participated in this edition of the contest from different uh, regions. Atlántico University, we have Caribe University, Valle University, Bucaramanga University, Pontificia Bolivariana University, and we also have La Sabana University and Francisco José de Caldas District University. In this edition, we had a very heterogeneous contest, different regions in the country, and the professions that are being studied by the teams. We wanted to find interdisciplinary teams, engineers, economists, lawyers, those in the financial areas. Lastly, I'd like to thank very especially the evaluation committee for all the time, dedication, and like Mr. Oliveros mentioned, the transparency when evaluating this contest. So thank you, Thomas Steder, the international consultant on energy districts, representative of the State Secretariat, SECO, Roberto de Real, professor of Texas University in Austin, and a professor at the association, in the Engineering Association, and international expert from EVP, Royal Walter, Darío Mallorca, and Franco Morales. And lastly, Cristina Mariaca, who coordinated the project nationally. Well, I want to invite you to the third edition of the university contest that will be launching first semester 2023. So please be pending. We will be publishing terms of reference in our website. in the, yeah, and I want to thank you for this. Thank you so much, Rita, for being with us. You thanked all speakers who have been with us today, and of course, all speakers who were with us these 3 days. And I especially would like to thank you for making me part of this project and to give the merit you deserve it because of this university contest, and of course to this International Congress on Energy Districts. So let's watch a video together. As you just saw, there were many universities which participated in this contest. Thank you to all those universities. They participated from different places of Colombia. So now we will have the teams that had the first 3 places. We really want to thank each one of the participating teams for presenting their proposals. All of these contributes to capacity building for development and implementation of energy districts in Colombia. We are going to announce the winning teams. The third place is the hydro energy systems from Valle University. Congratulations. Thank you so much to Valle University, and congratulations to the whole team. Thank you for participating. Then we're going to go to the second place, and that is blessed called Francisco Jose de Caldas District University. Congratulations. And now, well, thanks to District University for their participation. Congratulations. Now we're going to go to the first place. And the team in the first place of the second edition of the university contest is Hema Seedbed of Savannah University. Congratulations. Thank you, Savannah University and the whole team for presenting this project. This represents a pillar for the capacities in energy districts, thanks to all the teams which participated in this call. Like Christina said, we hope to see you in the following editions of this contest. Now, the 3 teams will have a short presentation of their projects. So we start with hydro energy systems from Valle University. Hello, ladies. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jessica Martina, and along with Lina Marcela, We're going to present our proposal for business model for energy districts in Colombia by El Valle University, and is presented as a multidisciplinary team from the energy faculty. Was one student from a PhD, one professor, and 3 undergraduate students. This is a proposed as a value proposal. So beyond studying the case study, we wanted to evaluate the challenge to integrate non-conventional sources as generating sources for energy districts. So we're presenting the agenda, which is divided into 5 parts: the general landscape of the energy world, the main components, the business model, and in number 4, we have our proposal, which is the challenge of integrating non-conventional sources to energy districtions, and the conclusions. And then Lina. As it was mentioned, this proposal was done keeping in mind different resources as coal and natural gas. We also have natural gas. So this has made governments has made them implement alternatives. And there have been they have had to use oil more and more. About Colombia, it is important to look at the primary source. Our energy matrix is basically water, energy based on gas, carbon, and diesel. So it's important to emphasize in the use of renewable sources, given the fact that Colombia is a country that has great potential and energy potential. Here we see the demand. We see residential ones are around 20% of the demand. We see the screen, and around 20% of energy generation in a residential use is for coal generation, and it is estimated that by 2050 that sector will have 12.6 terawatts per hour. So we see that energy we are using they're using carbon, but they're using, well, for the following years around 2040, gas reserves will um, not be enough. So that's why it's important to see what the alternatives will be. Just as is shown here on the screen, that for 2050, we're going to have carbon dioxide emissions in the numbers that we see on the screen. And let's remember our goal for zero that we want to have in 2050. So this is basically based on water, and we have climate changes and phenomenon as the Nino phenomenon. So how we are using the renewable resources. So with thermal plants, we can take use of residual heat. We can have solar energy and keeping in, and we have solar farms. So both scenarios can be used for districts, for energy districts. We propose a line that goes under the green line, and CO2 emissions are diminished. This is implementing other things. This is done, and then a cold generation. So the contract model that we did it, we kept in mind those stakeholders that are involved in energy districts. So the residential users, providers, regulators, but also different parties that support the whole process. In addition to all these aspects, we involve minimum aspects that should be kept in mind in the provision contract. This is the obligations, the scope, guarantees, penalties, but also, oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because we see in the chat that several people tell us that we don't see your presentation. I don't know if you need to share, because we don't see. You still don't see it? No. There we now we see it. Thank you. So if you can have it in, yes, presentation mode, we can continue. There. Okay, no, thank you. All right, so the rate that we involved for the contract was based on the business model that we developed that was cooling as a service. This is the business model. There is an 16,000 million pesos estimated in investment, which would be financed 36% through debt and 66% through resources, and then the capital cost is 10.78%. So then we calculated the rate because of the refrigeration, the financing, investments, but with the purpose of ensuring the minimum profitability from investors. So since energy districts has provide energy use, efficient energy use, so we also have tax exemption. So we have 343 pesos per refrigeration tone per hour consumed, and in commune areas or communal areas, we also have numbers that we see here on the screen. So we look at the scenarios for final uses is not constant and can have variations in time. We wanted to see what happened with their profitability for different consumptions. So we analyzed 64 combinations out of those 28 scenarios overcome the minimum profitability. Let's remember that is 13.8 annual effective. Just to close this chapter, we had the comparative analysis from the final user and we analyzed the air conditioning convention system. They would have to invest in the equipment, pay for the installation, electricity, but there are items linked to maintenance. So we obtained the present cost equivalent for the case of each apartment of 199 million pesos and for the total communal areas, 234 million pesos. Paid per electricity is the highest item in this scheme. We also analyzed the profile of energy districts of cooling as a service, and they just have to have a fixed rate. And we have the present cost of 55 million pesos, and for common areas or communal areas, 125 million pesos. So this represented savings of 72% and 47% versus the conventional system. We have a challenge to integrate these sources to energy districts. So this would be to the problems. So it's important to transform, to contribute to climate change, decarbonization, and the energy matrix is broadened. It is diversified so that we can implement renewable energy, non-conventional sources. So about energy districts, the natural gas is used in many cases as the main source to produce cold, but we need to think about this with the current program, taking advantage of green spaces, residential areas, resources, and then alternate sources. We conducted these exercises in Alcana residential unit in Serena del Mar, and there was this calculation because of the type of apartment, the complex area, the number of people, so that we could have an estimation of cold that will be 1,549 THR, so that we can have solar energy based on those roof tops. Then we would have biomass energy, and because of organic waste, domestic waste, and we have here the act that we proposed in the contract, and this is users as consumers also contribute to this. And lastly, we have the geothermal energy so that we can have geothermal wells. So within the main conclusions of this work, we have that from the final user viewpoint, this system is recommended because there is savings. And from the perspective of the investors, and lastly, the implementation of energy districts as an alternative for use of refrigeration. It helps to decarbonization in the world. So the integration of renewable energies, since they support to reduce energy poverty, especially if we look at these clean sources of energy, they're not only innovative, but their development is in constant development. So I would like to thank you for your time. Thank you so much, ladies. Very interesting, the whole project. Hydro energy. Oh, so a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we hope you continue participating in our contest. Congratulations to Valle University. Thank you, Laura. Okay, let's continue. We have the representatives of Valle University, and now we're going to give the floor to Blessed Cold for Francisco Jorge de Caldas District University, this team. Camilo, Lisette, turn on your mics. And this space is open for you to share this marvelous project. Juan, you are welcome too. Go ahead, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Laura, for the introduction. Congratulations to the winning team. And congratulations to the other team that presented the project. Before continuing, we would like to thank the Swiss Embassy and all other organizers of the event. So we are going to project our proposal. This problem that we had, the main challenge was how to make this possible feasibly to be able to develop it. So we think of an energy district by chiller compression, vapor compression. And then you see here the diagram, the Sankey, that is given. We were gonna have energy processes in the residential use and administration offices. So Milena can tell us about the business idea. Good afternoon, everyone. So the business idea is about centralized thermal energy. It distributes cold water, and each one of them are located in each one of the households. This has 382 apartments, a reception, a communal area, and the administration office. These are the communal areas, and they are installed with other characteristics. This business idea is on focuses on tranquility, calmness, so that is easy to have this refrigeration. So costs are reduced, there is maintenance, and there is global efficiency. So COP of a conventional system like a mini split is about 3.5, whereas the COP of an energy district or a cooling district that works with good capacity go up to a 10. So this benefits connected users versus the energy cost, demanded from production costs, and the environmental impact. There are also advantages as real estate appraisal, buildings will look more aesthetic, um, area release, and as we have seen in different conferences in this Congress, there is this very important contribution to sustainability, transition to other types of refrigerants that do not affect the environment, and the protection of natural resources. So from the design stage, we want to, well, the idea is to sell households, and we have a centralized call system. So all of this starts with the payment. So this type of projects are very welcome because the implementation does not have a greater impact in the down payment for the apartment, but it does have an influence. There are statistics that show high receptivity for these types of projects that integrate, like the engineers mentioned before, they contribute to sustainable development goals, sustainability, and besides that, they integrate different sources of non-conventional energy sources, photovoltaic, solar, biomass, and so on. When we have these types of systems within renewable energy, we also have economic incentives, we have tax exemptions, real estate property increases, and we have a differential aspect that is having a cooling system that not everyone has. So normally each person wants their own, but in this case we have a standardization and better management for the service. So looking at the second phase, Juan will explain this later. We want to have a system that goes per stages. So the first one is the installation, right? So this the installment. So this is charged within the administration fee. This fee will be charged with a counter. Their temperature controls and their flow measurement. So this is a patent that we'd like to have based on the development of the team that is blessed cold. So this is also a nonprofit organization. This is one of the great differences in our proposal, and we have economic profit as of year number 8. So this business idea is an automated service where we would have corrective and preventive maintenance, and this has a high differential value versus current technologies. The main way to capture clients is going for sustainability and achieving SDGs and reducing costs, maintenance, we are releasing areas. We improve aesthetics in buildings and spaces freed or released. So all of this is part of a dissemination of this strategy. So we'll do it through marketing, digital marketing, relating with clients and the payment scheme for maintenance within the administration. And we can also use social networks. That's the way we want to get to know the differential for this proposal. So Camilo, you have the floor. Just like Lisette said, we wanted to create an ESCO. So the owner of Energy District is the complex, the apartment complex, and the administration is done through an ESCO, and they're going to be in charge of providing support, pay bills, operate, and generate growth projection in the COP, our coefficient of performance. So this is a nonprofit organization which is in charge of growing, maintaining that COP. So one of the questions they asked us, they said, how are you going to ensure that a discount? So we proposed the limit in function of the cycle of carbon. So this is around COP 16 because of the characteristics that we were offered. So we proposed keeping, I mean, of course, we're not gonna go to that 16, but the idea is to have that condition. So we proposed an ESCO that will offer a service contract per performance, and this is what is proposed here. So in this, so we're gonna have this balance, and the idea is to reinvest it so that it is kept as the system moves on. So we're going to explain that condition to end. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. Like I told you, our our teacher, professor told us our idea is to have a nonprofit business so that there is profitability, and that profitability is reinvested in the business itself so that we have more efficient systems, cleaner systems, non-renewable energies, and we implement systems with more efficiency, and we have a healthier path for the business. So we want to summarize it here on the slide. The economic analysis, and like Milena told you, we divided it into three implementation stages. The first one was the tech part of the project, the CapEx, initial one, was to distribute money in the cooling central, 63% in the implementation, then 15% in pumping and all the tubing. And then the third one is for the cooling equipment. So keeping in mind the type of contract that we have, we were able to set certain installments divided into four, as you can see on the bottom. So we have the connection rate, consumption rate, O&M rate, and insurance rate. They connect the whole system and because of any problem that we may have within the contracts. So we started seeing that by developing the economic analysis in year 3 and 8, we have the initial investment that was financed with a private institution, and then from year 9 to 22, we have a reduction in these rates because we were able to solve the initial credit. Given the fact that this is so far, like the professor told you, we collect money that will not be distributed because it is a non-profit model, and from year 9 to 22 we have profit of 2.3 thousand million pesos. So with this money, the idea is to implement that improvement in energy efficiency, so we have savings in the rates and we have better energy conditions. That's what we look for nowadays. So we see that we have 57% savings after the year 9, and we calculated the consumer price index with the average of the past 5 years. So when there was this reduction, we had some additional considerations, and that was to have the loan that we calculated amortization. It was 17%. That it was about a normal rate for credit in Colombia loan. But if we will have a smaller collections so that we can finance the whole project, we're going to have rates that are close to mortgage credits. And with this, we're going to have additional savings. As you can see here, we have additional collection. The system continues being feasible and efficient, and there is all reinvestment. So I'd like to thank you and the district is absolutely feasible, and there is this implementation. We are implementing this new ESCO for the country. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Professor, and the whole team. Any questions? We are here open. I hope we didn't go over time. Uh, No problem. I know this is a big project, and summarizing it in a few minutes is kind of difficult, but we really thank you for this presentation. Camilo, Lisette, Juan Sebastian. So we thank you for blessed cold. So now we're gonna go to the winning team. Position number 1, Hema Seedbed from Savannah University. And with this presentation, we will finish. We will end. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it. Once again, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Valentina. I'm studying mechanical engineering at Savannah University, doing 6th semester. I'm representing the seat of the university to present our business model according to the case study. Our business model is the creation of a energy service company that will take care of supplying chilled water in this energy district for different spaces in a residential complex. This company would sign a commercial agreement with the residential complex, the building, the apartment building, so that all the owners will become their clients. The business model is private. The private company will be in charge of financing, operating, and developing the whole project of the energy district, whereas the public sector is an assistant. They just promote and facilitate and regulate the project, but they don't intervene in the development of it. It's important to point out that the sale will be done, the thermal energy sale is a public utility sale, which will be billed monthly to each apartment based on three fee aspects. They will be described later. All consumption related to common um, property will not be subject to this charge, but part of the administration. Regarding the service, each apartment will receive chilled water for climatization, and that'll help to buy the different equipment and the distribution of the energy district. It's important to highlight that all the equipment will be their own responsibility. On the other hand, about the operation scheme of this energy district, we established that it would work an average of 8 hours a day, partial load. That's the average time while people are in their homes. Also, with a connection to the two chillers that are in parallel for the calculation of, of the consumption, we implemented different simulations with the specialized software, JoinWorks and YourCut. And in this table, you can see the operation performance with that consumption. To model the thermal energy consumption for users, this should be in kilowatts hour, which depends on the flow of water they use in the temperature of supply. This is also in order to present to the user a model that is familiar to them, such as the rate of energy that is also measured in kilowatt hour. When the strategy is to guarantee the stability and quality of the supply to final users, we have a 5-year warranty on damages to the equipment and everything that as suppliers we may install, and sanctions to both parties as stated in the contract, so that we establish responsibilities for the final user and for the supplier in case of breach of compliance with the agreed clauses. Finally, regarding the costs of the supplier and the user, the supplier will no is in charge of operation maintenance and installation, where the final user has to pay the cost because of the three specified rates that will be described later, the connection and consumption and so on. About the contract model between supplier and the final client, we have the different obligations by the users and the supplier, and sanctions and mechanisms to measure commitment, claims, and etc. One of the most important clauses of the contract is the inability to install a parallel service, because we don't want any filter in the filter quality. Because to calculate the energy rate, we took into account certain thermal loads that were pre-established, and they would be impacted because that would impact the performance of the system. There's also 20-year commitment clause to guarantee the project's ROI and in order to obtain earnings that are satisfactory. About the sanctions that will take place in case the final consumer exceeds the contracted capacity in 1 day or more. The additional cost is calculated based on the stipulated formula. It's in the contract according to the system redundancy. If it's over 25% in the interruption of supply during the contract duration, where the service supplier needs to pay the damage per hour. And then finally, when the consumer exceeds the return temperature, therefore the rate will be 3% higher per each degree of temperature. That's estimated per kilowatt hour consumed when we detect the temperature variation, so the user will not consume more than the system capacity. Unguaranteed refrigeration in the 10 degrees Celsius capacity. About the projected economic analysis, we had a projection and cash flow in a 20-year period. What is the useful time of the project? Here we detail all the income and outcome. The income based on the final rate to build users after receiving the service, as I said before, is divided into three components: the connection rate, consumption rate and capacity, the initial fee they have to pay in the first years of analysis. The connection is the charge to connect to the energy district. The initial cost investment per connection is 2,100 million, and the profitability is 10%. We get a value of 3,190 million to be built in the 382 apartments of the residential complex in a 3-year program. About the consumption rate, that will cover the operation, administration, maintenance costs, and the balance based on the initial investment is calculated based on the consumption of each apartment in the operation hour established before. With these variables, we have a monthly rate about 438,000 per apartment. So the final rate per year for the apartments is about 2,000 million Colombian pesos. And finally, the capacity rate will cover the initial investment. As part of the strategy, those 10,575 million is the cost of the equipment. The got is kind of 10% since we hope to have different alternatives in the market to negotiate or open a bid to the most interesting companies where we request the biggest discount through an inverse auction from the suppliers. Also, as part of the strategy of the business model, this rate will not be charged to the client by the builder that is in charge of executing the project and administering the horizontal property. So it's not part of the final fee for the service supply. It's just an issue of value when they buy the apartment. So we have a better valuation of the apartment or the real estate since they have this system that will be reflected in savings for users. So for this increase in the final price of the apartment purchase will not be unreasonable. We state it's 20% of the initial cost investment with a profitability of 10%. Then the valuation of apartment would be about 6,300,000 Colombian pesos, 300,000. About money outcomes, the administration and operation maintenance expenses, 392,000 per refrigeration ton. We applied an annual increase of 3%. According to projection of Colombian inflation in the coming years. About the taxes, we included the tax on earnings with appreciation of the equipment, give a straight line according to the tax benefit in Article 11 of Law 1715 of 2014, and a 35% rate according to the legislation. For the profitability analysis, we conducted this analysis. The net present value based on the total price 13,000 million pesos, and the net value of 5,725 million, and we get our profitability index of 1.41%. It's earning for the investment of 41%. Finally, there's economic analysis for the final user where we begin to see the advantages of acquiring this business model in comparison to the conventional air conditioning system. This analysis will include all costs, for example, equipment, installation, maintenance, and consumption. Finally, the implementation of this business model is attractive given the high profitability index with an ROI in the 8th year of the project. The final user begins to see the advantages of the business proposal in comparison to conventional program. Begin the big differences in consumption, the cost of equipment installation and maintenance. We can see that one of the big advantages of the energy district is the consumption and energy performance given the high load and efficiency. The implementation of this energy district represents an optimization of production and distribution of thermal energy that is friendly to the environment and has advantages for the users and for the investor. Thank you. Thank you for speaking about the project. Thank you for introducing your peers. In a few minutes, we'll resume. In the meantime, thank you. I want to welcome you to see the award ceremony. We know who the winners are. not only the merit to say I was third place or second place or first place, but this entails some awards that we will get to see in a minute. Okay, that's the prize, the award for the team members Hydro Energy Systems Generation from Valle University. We invited them to turn on the cameras to tell about the award they've been granted. Yesenia Martinez Lina Orjuela, can you please turn on your cameras? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity and for letting us participate in this contest. More than just a contest and participate for an award, we wanted to raise our voice and show the current landscape. That's what we assess. Thank you very much. We want to thank Energy District Projects and all the organizers for the opportunity. And thank you for the award, everything about it. With this third Congress, thank you. And the second contest, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. We want to think how we're going to produce energy and how to provide better services of air conditioning, because it's important to think about the environment and how we need to contribute, not only as service suppliers, but as users. Thank you. Thank you. And you should know what the award was. The prize includes air tickets, round trip tickets from wherever they reside to a location where the energy districts are located, different transportation around the city so they can have technical visits. Also, they can stay one night stay and accommodation, and allowance for 2 days to visit two energy districts in the country. I hope you enjoyed that technical visit. You continue to learn much more about energy districts and how they work in the country. Now before we that, I want us to show the award for the second place winner, second runner up. Let's call from District University. Congratulations. I want to welcome the participants. Thank you, Laura. Camilo and Milena had a little issue with the connection to go back to the room, but I'm here on behalf of them, of the team from District University. Uh, the technological faculty. Oh, here's the professor. If you want to say anything else, go ahead. Again, we want to thank you for the organization of this third Congress and second University contest and all the attendees, the directors. It's been a great experience, a different thing. It's new and big learning opportunity. Once again, thank you so much. I hope we can meet in the next version. Thank you. All these edits back. Congratulations. You want to turn on your mic? Congratulations again. Oh, thank you. I've participated in the two versions of this contest, and I really want to thank you because it's an opportunity to get to know something new, to contribute to energy efficiency, to think about more renewable world, and it's been great opportunities. Again, thank you. Yeah, thank you. And of course, congratulations to university. I'm going to tell you about this prize. You can visit the facilities of two energy districts, Alpujarra in Medellin and Serena del Mar in Cartagena. Those two energy districts as the prize, air tickets, round trip tickets from where you reside to the location, the city where they are located, also terrestrial transportation during the visit, and finally a one night stay hotel. During the 2 days, you have a location. Also, you will be given three places to attend the International District Energy Association IDA in the 35th version. This talk will hold workshops. It will be held in Boston, Massachusetts from the 15th to the 18th of February. So congratulations again to the whole team. Juan Lisset, thank you for joining. Thank you for participating in this contest of the Congress. Thank you very much again. Thank you. I hope they can enjoy this award and get the most out of it with this or from these technical visits so they learn much more. And of course, they'll be here in the new version of the university contest. Finally, we are going to show the winning award. Before we show it, we want to congratulate the team from Savannah University who were awarded first place. This is the award for that team. Okay, congratulations to this Gemma Seedling team. Congratulations again. Thank you very much again. Thank you for the opportunity, for the award, and the chance to be here to know about this world. It was new to me and for some of my classmates. So, once again, thank you for the opportunity. Or Valentina, I think your team has joined. Thank you because you introduced the others very briefly, but very specifically. You talked about the project, and congratulations to the team. We have Maria Alejandra, Etienne, guys. Welcome, congratulations. I don't know if you'd like to add something else. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to show our skills. Very enriching exercise. We learned a lot. And it's nice to have these opportunities to hear ideas that future generations can contribute. It's been our pleasure to participate and to be the winners. Thank you. Also, thank you for the time. This is an opportunity for the academia to participate. We're an important portion of this development, especially for the new generations. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the work you've done and all the participated teams. Congratulations because they are contributing to the country. Thank you. Congratulations and thank you for participating. And also, you got first place. It's big merit. You take a big award according to first place. And you can participate, all the team members can participate in the National District Energy Association meeting in the 35th meeting to be held in Boston, Massachusetts from the 15th to 18th of February 2022. Again, congratulations. You need to set the dates apart. Going to Boston. Congratulations. It includes a round trip ticket, airplane tickets for the team members from where you reside to Boston. Also, the hotel stay allowance and the entries to the event. I really hope it'll be a great opportunity for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone who participated, the universities for presenting their projects. We remind the university contests will be held every year. So we encourage all the universities in the country to join and participate in the next versions. We'll be publishing them in our official website. Remember, it's www.distritoenergetico.com, and also you can send your email. We're going to close this wonderful Congress after 3 days. Very important talks with shared experience, analysis, successful studies. We're going to welcome Engineer Castrina Mariaca. She's the Technical National Coordinator of the Energy District Project in Colombia, who will be addressing you to close our third International Congress on Energy Districts. Go ahead, Engineer. It's a tough part to conclude the very interesting Congress. I want to build on what the International Congress has been in these 3 days. We had a first day where we saw the commitments at the international level where energy districts make an important contribution and they've become a sustainability tool. We also saw in the first day the need to integrate the institutional efforts to achieve the agreements in front of global issues as agreed with at COP26. We see the different efforts from agencies, projects, donors, multilateral funds to conduct studies and integrate energy districts in Latin America. We also saw there are challenges common to Latin America and Colombia and also globally. From the second day, I want to highlight the path we traveled yesterday's agenda, which is the important urban planning to integrate energy services. And we saw the need to integrate the different stakeholders. We saw it come together not only from planning, the plan perspective, but also how the planning needs developers and some technical national capabilities to allow developing those projects and specific projects. We also saw the viewpoint from final users, the challenges it represents for final users to connect to an energy district and what it receives. And today we have closed in a very interesting manner to see how cross-cutting issues such as finance and integration of renewable energies turns into a key point to integrate as of now and to future projects of energy districts. And last but not least, the contest and the importance to create among the academia, the new generations, and among new disciplines, the enough knowledge to approach these challenges the world faces and Colombia faces in the integration of energy districts. It's been a very successful Congress, wonderful audience. We have had speakers from over 13 countries. They've shared experiences, they've shared their view on energy districts. It's clear to us that it's a path, it's a roadmap where we all together need to work. We need to walk this path, and climate change is pushing us into that direction. And we need to walk that path responsibly while integrating everything within our hand, at the reach of our hand, to make it sustainable solutions to the world. In addition to being successful, better yet, the success of this Congress commits us to bring efforts together, to join efforts to work strongly on the implementation of our energy districts in Colombia and Latin America. That'll be our commitment for us, our team of energy districts Based on those results, I want to thank the organization of this Congress by Acaire and Cidade, led by Rita Cristina Jaramillo. Big big congratulations in organizing the contest, and thank officially from the parties of this team of Energy District teams. Thank everyone, the city coordinators, the coordinators of other activities, because we wouldn't have been able to make this happen had it not been for the community work of everyone. Congratulations, everyone, and it's a big hand to everyone, to the project, Acaire, Cidade, the parties to the project, and all the audience who joined and makes this happen in our country. The commitment will continue, and we will continue to make efforts. We are convinced to make these projects come true. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for joining this third edition of International Congress on Energy Districts. Thank you very much, Cristina, and this is how we come to an end of our third International Congress on Energy District as Sustainable Development and Environmental Solution and Alternative. We want to thank you, everyone. We hope that these 3 days have been very helpful and gratifying to all of you. You can learn more about energy districts and the project implemented in Colombia in our website. Of course, from now, we await for you in our 4th version. Thank you for attending, and a happy day to you all.
Y de sostenibilidad a nivel de ciudades. No tenemos duda que Colombia seguirá promocionando y desarrollando este tipo de proyectos y será un referente importante en la región.
La implementación de los distritos térmicos en Colombia requieren el desarrollo y la transferencia de conocimiento en 3 áreas muy particulares. Desde el componente técnico, es clave entender cómo la centralización permite aumentar la eficiencia de este tipo de sistemas y además reducir las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Desde el marco legal, es muy importante que al momento de estructurar estos proyectos, estos sean beneficiarios de los objetivos de la Ley 1715 del 2014. Y además, desde el modelo de negocio, es fundamental incentivar el desarrollo de la demanda y además entender dentro del marco regulatorio colombiano, por ejemplo, de servicios públicos, cómo el suministro de energía térmica entra a jugar un papel importante.
Los distritos térmicos tienen un modelo de negocio rentable que nos ha permitido explorar e incursionar en un mercado nuevo de soluciones energéticas. Además, son una alternativa innovadora que permite maximizar el uso de los recursos naturales como el gas natural y las aguas subterráneas, tal y como en nuestro caso en Villavicencio. Igualmente, los distritos térmicos aumentan el desempeño energético a través de un servicio que mejora la rentabilidad para los usuarios finales y nos da la oportunidad de mejorar la infraestructura del sistema eléctrico local. Desde Llanogas, estamos convencidos que es a través de estos proyectos que es posible aportar a la sostenibilidad urbana y al cumplimiento de las metas ambientales del gobierno nacional y local. Los invitamos, pues, a integrarse a esta estrategia y a conocer las diferentes formas para contribuir al desarrollo urbano sostenible en Colombia.